Yep. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order, Tuesday, September 10th, 2024, Municipal Council. I'd also like to acknowledge that we're in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. Are there any announcements, acknowledgements, or recognitions? Good morning, everyone. I would like to call... Can't do that, guys. Is that going to continue?
No, it was just...
Okay. All right. Councillor Haysom.
Thank you very much. I would just like to acknowledge the upcoming Broad Cove Fun Run. It's a 10K walk. It's kind of been taken over from the Cherry Hill Fun Run, which ran for a number of years, but they're sort of changing the route a little bit. But it is coming up on Saturday. You can register on Friday. It's a big fundraiser for the Broad Cove Community Hall. It's a lot of fun. The municipality is also doing a 1K run for the little people who want to get out and move around as well. So if you can, and you want to go for a 10K walk first thing on Saturday morning, make sure you sign up and get involved. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other announcements, acknowledgements, or recognitions? Councillor Vino.
Thank you. This past Sunday, the mayor and I attended the annual Fisher's Memorial Service in Lunenburg. This is a ceremony, an annual event to honor all those who's lost their lives while pursuing their livelihood in the fishery industry. It was a beautiful service. The Bridgewater Fire Department band was there. We had a choir perform, and it's actually one of my favorite events that I attend. It hits home with many of those lives that were lost coming right out of Blue Rocks.
Thank you. And yes, it was a very moving service. Any other announcements? Councillor DeLong.
Thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge the Blockhouse Fire Department who received their 80-year Station Helmet Award last week.
Received their what?
80-year Station Helmet Award.
Oh.
Yeah.
Excellent. So at this time, we have some very special members with us today from the fire service, and I'd like to welcome family, friends, and members of the fire service from Hemford and District Fire Department and from New Germany Fire Department. So I have some words that I would like to read. I will read a few words written by Blair Lance, Chief of New Germany Volunteer Fire Department. Mervyn joined our department in February of 1974 and has served continuously since then. Mervyn first served as lieutenant on Engine 4, followed by Engine 1, and was later promoted to captain of that engine. He later served as captain of Engine 6 and is currently serving as captain of Engine 4. Mervyn has completed numerous training sessions over the years, including officers training, first aid, wildland fire suppression, and crime scene management, to name a few. Thank you for your service. And that was for Mervyn Mossman. We also have words here, Donald W. Russell and Philip Michael Smith, serving Hemford District Fire Department. And these words were written by Colin Hunter, Chief of Hemford District Fire Department. These two members are the longest serving members of our department, dependable, well-respected by their peers. They both participated in department functions such as suppers, dances, bingos, garden parties, tug-of-war teams, arm wrestling competitions. Sounds like you guys have a lot of fun up there. They were both instrumental with the community meetings and plebiscite, allowing our department to move forward with municipal fire tax. Donnie was Deputy Chief, Hall Coordinator, firefighter, instructor within the department. Presently, he fills the role of base radio operator and bingo caller. Philip was chairman of the department directors and also participated in the department's truck purchasing committee, handyman when something needed fixing. Philip was the go-to guy, jack of all trades. Thank you for your service. And I also want to thank all three of you for 50 years of dedicated service to your community. It takes dedicated individuals to contribute the amount of hours that are involved from the fundraising efforts, and I know that you've seen a lot of changes over the years from how fire service was run and the amount of training that is required today to keep up with the standards and all the other requirements that are involved in the fire service. And for those 50 years, I say thank you on behalf of the municipality of the District of Lunenburg, because without that service, our communities would not be very well off. You provide a void, and you answer that call regardless what time of day or night. So thank you all very much. So. Now, I'm going to ask Councillor Moore to join me in the back. And Councillor Greek as well.
No,
No.
not hers yet.
No. Knee replacement 2 weeks ago, guys. So Mervyn, so the municipality of the District of Lunenburg 50-year service award, that's quite a nice picture there, presented to Mervyn Wayne Mossman, New Germany Volunteer Fire Department, in recognition of 50 years of volunteer firefighting service by the Mayor and Council of the municipality of the District of Lunenburg 2024. And again, congratulations and thank you for your service. If you would come right in here. And I will.
Okay, look at me, and on 3, 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Okay. So, I've known this guy for a long time. We used to, I think, see each other on a daily basis there for a while. So the municipality of the District of Lunenburg 50-year service award presented to Philip Michael Smith, Hempford and District Fire Department, in recognition of 50 years of volunteer firefighting service by the Mayor and Council of the municipality of the District of Lunenburg 2024. Congratulations, Phil.
All right, ready? Here, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. More, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, yeah.
My bag of ice is on my desk. And we have Donald. Congratulations. So again, the municipality of the District of Lunenburg 50-year service award presented to Donald Wayne Russell, Hempford and District Fire Department, in recognition of 50 years of volunteer firefighting service by the Mayor and Council of the municipality of the District of Lunenburg 2024. And congratulations, Don. Well done. And for the other members of the fire service who are here today and family members, I know that this, when these 50-year service recipients answers the call, it's not only those individuals that's affected, it's family members, it's everyone when you run out that door to go to those fires. So thank you for allowing your families to be part of the fire service as well. Is there anyone here for public input? Please put your hands up so I can get an idea of how many speakers. We have 15 minutes allocated for, so we have 2 speakers? Three. Oh, sorry, 3 speakers. So we have 5 minutes each. So if you would come forward to the podium and state your name and the community that you live in, and then you have the floor.
Is it on?
Yes.
My name is Elliot James Parsons. I live in Blockhouse Community. I'm just going to open my speech here so I can read it. Thank you for the opportunity here this morning. Council, I recognize that we are to trust your decision-making as you are servants of the people, carrying out a noble and gracious role on behalf of the people you represent. Thank you for taking the mantle. However, it is my understanding that the bylaws I've been reading up on are supposed to be the source material to which our officials refer to when making impactful decisions, which is why I'm saddened to make these statements. I feel that myself and everyone that lives within Blockhouse's borders have been failed and misrepresented by our council because clearly they have let us down on these fronts in regards to their planning and strategy on the Blockhouse development plan site. Firstly, in the Land Use Bylaw, Section 5.23A, it is clearly stated that residential developments are limited to 4 dwellings per lot. I don't know where the lots will be placed within the site, or if the whole site is the lot, or if only one apartment building with 8 units were considered. It would still double this unit limit. Blockhouse is described many times over to be a rural, low-density community. Allowing the development to go through as it is would change this description and go against our primary characteristics as outlined in the secondary planning strategy for Blockhouse. Also stated in the secondary planning strategy, it well illustrates that wetlands are an environmental priority of protection for the council. The Development Constraints Map, Schedule C, unfortunately does not portray what many of our neighbors consider to be a large area of wetlands within the planned site. In fact, there seems to be no information about the lot in question that is of substance to be noted on this map, which I find oddly suspicious. I find this oddly suspicious, seeing that a significant watercourse just stops at the border of the property. I had my friend and neighbor show me what they had assumed would be these wetlands. Following the property border, we could clearly see the soft water-laden ground, along with the moss, ferns, and dense brushery related to this terrain, often spotting small birds along the forest floor. So I motioned that the area be surveyed by an environmental specialist to determine if the area should be protected in the first place. As it stands, the septic beds for these apartment buildings would likely be too close together and eventually contaminate our drinking water, and the additional wells to support these buildings would dry the water table, despite the possibly already contaminated properties. We have not yet been enlightened on how the council plans to maintain the sewage and water systems with this in mind. Not to mention that the Department of Environment has a policy in place that requires projects like these to have documentation of the sustainability of the site if they draw more than 23,000 liters a day for more than a 2-week period. A 15-minute shower uses on average 160 liters of water. If 2 people have showers in each unit per day, 8 units per apartment building for phase 1 and 10 buildings, the total would be 38,400 liters without considering toilets, sinks, or appliances. I would like to also bring light upon an instance of negligence and an issue of safety in terms of the current and predicted amount of traffic on the Cornwall Road. I've been living on Cornwall Road for about 5 years now. And to say that the traffic is deadly now is an understatement. As a regular pedestrian, I've had all types of vehicles nearly collide with me or other vehicles, as they are normally over the median and or speeding. Without police presence, these reckless drivers have gone utterly unchecked, not to mention the sheer amount of times I've already spotted an officer neglect to pull over driving offenders or that have been speeding themselves. Notably, the stretch of road along the planned site is a 70 zone. No one follows this limit as it stands, as I just mentioned. Council is yet to fix the 70 sign on the way towards exit 11 and fails to maintain the overpass enough for even just me to walk or bike across safely. An increased population without safe places for pedestrians to walk and bike and improper police presence could undoubtedly result in the harm and or deaths of many persons over the years. I personally don't want to see another cross on the overpass. In any matter, I hope that council empathizes with my points of concern and understands that I am not fully opposing the housing. However, I am defending my rights and the rights of my neighbors to have our say into what goes into our community, as well as motioning for the reassessment of the site plan, as it will have diverse effects on everyone in the municipality and the environment. I call to have this proposal sent to the Planning Advisory Committee for further study on top of it all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our next speaker, if you would come forward and state your name and the community that you live in. Yeah. And you have 5 minutes.
I'll be quick. Morning, I'm Andrew Himmelman. I live in Newcombville. I just have a couple quick questions this morning on a item that's on the agenda. It's surrounding the RFP 2024-01-403, the watershed gap analysis and data collection. My understanding is that this RFP also includes the surveying of culverts and bridges. Isn't this something the province or the Provincial Department of Transportation should already have data on this? Why are the taxpayers paying for a process that should already be done by the province and they should already have this data? I'd like clarification why the province has given $500,000 worth of taxpayer funding to do something that they should already have. I realize that it's more than just surveying of culverts and bridges, but I'd just like a little clarification on those questions, please. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. And our last speaker? You noticed that, did you, Dave?
My name is David Silver. I live in beautiful downtown Foxburg. I'm just here to give kind of a little talk to the council about the support they've given. I am a member of the Saw Pit Advisory Committee, and you're going to have a presentation here momentarily from this. And I'd just like to thank council for the support so far, and hopefully will support us in the future in our development of Saw Pit Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move down to the changes approval of the agenda. Someone move Councillor Staton?
I want to add an item if I can. I'm sorry, thank you. I'd like to add an item if I can to one of the agenda items.
That will take the full approval of council.
Exactly, but I didn't know if you want it now or when you come to that item.
No, it has to happen now.
Okay. Do you want it now, like right now?
Yes.
I have to have the item now, because we
Okay.
have to decide whether or not it's going on the agenda.
Okay, it's concerning the roads for approval, the paving of roads with DOT.
So that's already on the agenda, so you can...
1141, I just want to add a road to it.
So the process, that will happen during the process of that item on the
Okay, well,
agenda.
that's what I wanted to know. Okay.
So there's a policy around that, but we'll go into that when,
Okay, perfect, thank you.
okay? So that is already on the agenda.
But
So-
I will move that we accept.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Staton that we approve the agenda, seconded by Councillor Moore. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. We'll move down to the approval of the minutes of July the 23rd, 2024. Moved by Councillor Vino, seconded by Councillor Haysom. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. We'll move down to the special council meeting of July 30th, 2024, the minutes. If somebody, moved by Councillor Hubley, seconded by Deputy Mayor Oikel. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Is there any business arising from those minutes? Hearing none. We are going to go down to the 11.1.3 Saw Pit Wharf Park Preliminary Draft Concept report. And we have Matthew Mills with us from Mills and Wright Firm to present preliminary draft concept plan in response to the community engagement report. So I welcome you here, and it's great to see you again.
Matthew, yeah, you can move that up.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of council, staff, and members of the public. It's great to be here today. My name is Matthew Mills. I'm a landscape architect and planner with a firm called Mills and Wright Landscape Architecture, and we've been working very closely with the Saw Pit Wharf Park Advisory Committee and members of the general public on a preliminary concept plan for Saw Pit Wharf Park. I would like to just kind of start by saying this plan that we are going to share with you today, we have several options, and there's different kind of variables from option to option. And one thing we want to make very clear is, of course, that nothing is set in stone. The main reason that I'm here today is that we would like to get feedback from council on a general approach. And then the next step of the project is for us to take that general approach and really kind of refine it, do a full detailed cost analysis, and a phased implementation plan. So for today, we're just kind of looking for general approval of certain ideas and directions or disapproval of others to make sure that we're headed in the right path. I thought it would be useful to start this morning with a project recap. For most people in the room, I think you're probably familiar that the project was awarded in March of 2024. Obviously, there'd been a lot of work done before that by council as well as the members of the Saw Pit Wharf Park Advisory Committee. When the project was initiated and we came on board as a partner, the first thing that we started doing was what I always call our homework. And that's really a three kind of pronged approach. We tend to dive really deep into background review. So we do, we review municipal policy documents, planning documents, and that's just to make sure we have a really sound understanding of what the municipality's priorities and strategic directions are, so that when the time comes to do the design, we're making sure that we kind of try to find alignment with those priorities wherever possible. The site, of course, itself very strongly informs design on every project, especially so on Saw Pit Wharf Park because it is a little bit challenging and unique with respect to the very steep slopes and the water's access. So we did quite an extensive walkthrough. We did one very short walkthrough in the absolute pouring rain with the tough and hardy members of the advisory committee, and then I came back again a second time on a much nicer, more sunnier day, and really spent a lot of time kind of getting to know the site well. And then, as the mayor mentioned, there was quite a bit of community engagement on this project. We did reach out through a number of different avenues online. Our residents and members of the public had the opportunity to participate in a survey, to use the Engage modal platform, and then there was also several key stakeholder meetings with different user groups that were identified as having a special interest in the project. And of course, we had a community open house at the end of April, which was very well attended and I think by all accounts quite successful. So again, the reason we do all that kind of foundational work is to make sure we have a really good understanding of the starting point for the project. So when it comes time to do the design work, we have all that in mind, and we're starting from the right spot. So today, we're here to present to you preliminary concept report, which takes all of the different pieces of feedback and information that we've discovered and attempts to apply them to the site in a way that kind of responds to some of the needs and some of the challenges that were identified. As a designer, the thing that I love doing the most is when I kind of get the chance to put pencil on paper and just start drawing and trying to figure out what the solutions might be. But before we do that, we always have to restrain ourselves one last time. And the reason we do that is to set what's called a series of guiding principles. These are the draft guiding principles for Sawpit Wharf Park. They're the things that we feel like, regardless of which direction, shape, or form that the design takes, these are the things that need to be kept top of mind. They're the really high priority, important items that we cannot forget, regardless of how the design evolves. So for Sawpit Wharf Park, we've identified 5. Accessibility and inclusion was definitely a priority right from the beginning. The RFP made that very clear, and we heard it right through the community engagement process. And accessibility on a number of levels, from how pedestrians move through the site to how vehicles move through the site, and everywhere in between. The existing features in the park are very well loved and used, especially the water access. So knowing that, we want to make sure that we do our best to maintain those park features and, wherever possible, enhance them and make them better. But at the same time, we did hear from the public that there is a want to use Sawpit Wharf Park for more than its boating infrastructure. People actually do really like to use that space as a park. They like to hang out there, they like to picnic there, they like to people watch there, they like to just kind of sit and relax. So there was definitely a want for things that would help to support that use. Perhaps one of the biggest being a dedicated washroom building. That was something we heard loud and clear. We also heard the character of the site is really important. It's a wooded site, it feels very natural, it's at the water's edge. So one of the things that we heard was that park-like setting is really cherished. So that's important for us to know, because when it comes time to develop the site, we need to make sure we do it in a way that's appropriate. We don't go in and propose anything that requires extensive clear cutting or grading or anything like that that would change the overall character. And finally, the important thing to remember for, I think, most of the projects we work on in this day and age is climate change. It's a reality. Severe and more frequent weather events are happening. And so given that, especially at Sawpit Wharf Park, where we're right at the water's edge, we need to consider things like sea level rise and storm surges, so that when we invest in our public space and our park infrastructure, that it's resilient enough to withstand those changes. So these, again, are draft principles. If there's anything there that doesn't resonate or something that we missed, we certainly welcome the feedback from council on that. This is a preliminary look at the Sawpit Wharf Park concept plan, and it may look fairly advanced because it was drawn in the computer, but as I said earlier, it is still very high level, very preliminary. Nothing is set in stone. So what I thought would be useful is if I kind of walked you through it, and then I can also speak to some of the tweaks and adjustments we made along the way based on different discussions we had, including a meeting yesterday with the Sawpit Wharf Park Advisory Committee. I'll start first by talking about access and circulation. What we heard very loud and clear was that there are challenges associated with the park and its amenities today. The informal walkway that goes from the upper parking lot down to the water's edge. It's very steep. It has a lot of uneven surfaces. The material underfoot is loose, and the same thing applies to the turnaround itself. That's just a loose gravel turnaround, and those are not great things for accessibility. So we heard that pretty clearly. Vehicle and trailer parking can be quite, I think the word I heard was chaotic at times, especially on those really nice sunny summer afternoons when everyone is trying to get to the water. It can be a little bit of a free-for-all. People are just kind of parking everywhere. And then the intersection to Back Harbor Road and Highway 332 has long been identified as a challenge because of some sight lines, just the way the geometry of the roads work, where there's the exit from the park is kind of at the bottom of a hill. On a highway, it creates a little bit of a blind spot when people are trying to exit the site. So on the concept plan, we have proposed several measures to help to try to improve that access. I don't know if you can see my hand moving along there. Yes, you can. Excellent. We've actually, this dashed line you see here, the hand is tracing now, represents the existing gravel parking lot as it's constructed today. We're actually proposing to widen that a little bit to allow space for pull-through stalls for vehicles pulling a trailer. So the way that we envision the kind of functionality of a boat trailer working is that somebody would enter the site as they do today. You would come down here, launch your boat, come back up, And then we've introduced a new road up through here, which now connects to the upper parking lot. And the idea there is that that provides a secondary way to get in and out for people who are towing a trailer that doesn't rely on you coming to that blind intersection there. We did investigate the opportunity of moving that intersection, but it's really, really challenging. And it would require cooperation between many levels of government and authorities. And it's just, in our experience, a little bit of a tough battle. So we thought this was a better solution. This one actually came out of a previous concept report that was completed for Saw Pit Wharf Park in 2007. And when we saw that, we thought, that idea still carries weight and it might address the challenges that we're facing now. So you would tow your trailer up here, kind of park it in these angled stalls, and then you can walk back down either through a new switchback trail, which would be fully paved and accessible, or you can come down and follow along a sidewalk, which brings you back down to the water's edge. Everything in this particular version of the concept is proposed to be paved in asphalt. That's an accessible material, but it also helps to clarify and organize the parking a little bit, because we can paint lines on the ground, and that should hopefully remove some of that chaos that we heard during engagement. I'm going to just change scales for a second now. It's the same drawing, but I'm going to zoom in to the area down by the water's edge so it's a little bit easier to see. So what you'll notice down here is that the turnaround that exists today, we've formalized that a little bit. So right now, where it's just kind of a big gravel area, we've now proposed a circular asphalt roundabout with enough width to make a movement, but also to have cars parked at the edge. So if somebody needs to load or unload temporarily to get into a craft, say a cooler or some gas or something like that, they can do that. And there's a compass rose in the middle. It could be anything really, but we just want to kind of show that kind of intuitive or counterclockwise path of travel that you would expect in a roundabout. We did hear at the water's edge level, there's a need for some parking. So we've shown in this particular version 8 spaces. This would be considered short-term parking. So for people who are maybe just stopping to have a bite of lunch or just use the green space for a short visit, this is where they would be able to do that. And then just to skip back for a second, you'll notice up here that we've introduced more parking for longer-term stays. And that is really we've shown 30 spaces, which is our best estimate of what a park like this would probably need. But that can certainly expand and contract if the demand turns out to be there. And then with respect to accessibility, one of the big things you always have to think about is walkways. And so what you'll notice across the site is all the walkways are 1.6 meters wide, and they're all hard surfaced. So they're paved in either asphalt or concrete, and that makes for an ideal accessible route. The pathway that goes from the lower water level up to the upper parking lot is a bit of a challenge, but we did manage to find a route that gets it at 8%, which is in line with the National Building Code. So that would make for an accessible pathway. It is still a bit of an onerous climb at 8%, so you'll notice it's a little bit hard to see at this scale, but we've introduced a series of rest areas along the way. The idea being that people could stop and kind of catch their breath. And also, as Councillor Vino mentioned yesterday, perhaps there's an opportunity to site these strategically so that we can catch interesting views out to the water and things like that along the way. Down at the water level, the last thing I'll say about the walkways is that all the walkways down at the water level are under 3%, and that is really good for accessibility, and they're really nice and wide, 1.8 to 2.4 meters. So we've got ourselves a really nice, inclusive, accessible park down at the water's edge. So that's kind of how we envision people and vehicles moving throughout the site. I also wanted to chat a little bit about the boating infrastructure that's proposed there. One of the things that we heard loud and clear from engagement is that the infrastructure that's there today tends to cater a little bit more to bigger craft and maybe perhaps motorized craft. And there was a need or a want for people who use smaller craft like canoes and kayaks and paddle boards to have their own space to get in and out of the water that's not associated with the motorized craft. So what you'll see on the left-hand side here, oops, sorry about that, is what we're proposing as a new accessible dock. So the idea here is that you would have a ramp that goes out to a timber crib in the water, and then it accesses a floating dock structure, which is specifically made to be accessible. We found one called the Easy Dock, but there's many other different manufacturers out there. So the idea is that someone who has mobility issues is able to get in and out of their craft a little bit more simpler. One thing we do need to say, a big red caveat here, is that we do need to confirm water rights, and we're working with Director Payne on that right now, just to make sure that the municipality has the ability to place that out that far away from the existing wharf. However, if the water rights turn out to be a little bit of a stumbling block, we still feel there's challenges to incorporate a similar approach on other spots along the park. And then the last thing I wanted to mention on the smaller craft, this was a highly requested item during engagement, is this little shape here is what we would consider a lockup. So almost like a bike rack, but for smaller craft, because we do have some people who have expressed interest in being able to pull their craft out of the water, lock it up, and then go about their day. Excuse me.
So that was the kayak paddleboard type watercraft?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right, the smaller ones.
Yeah.
Regarding the bigger ones, one thing we have shown in this particular version, so the wharf that you have today down at Saw Pit Wharf Park, there was a structural assessment of that wharf done, and it found that there are no huge red flags. There are some things that need to be monitored. Excuse me. Some of the members, which are showing wear and tear, which is not uncommon. So you can certainly keep that as is for the foreseeable future, and that's what we've shown in this concept plan, the exact same wharf configuration. However, we do know from engagement that berthing is a little bit of an issue. There was a want for more berth spaces, and we also know that climate change is now becoming a bit more of a reality, and the current dock you have has faced some disturbance or destruction as a result of climate change and storm surges and stuff like that. So in the short term, we're proposing that you leave it as is and kind of keep an eye on that. But in the longer term, if it was to continue to be an issue, the municipality could certainly consider rebuilding the structure as is, or abandoning that approach and going with something more like a floating dock system, as you see in the photo there. That would be a longer term thing, and as I said, it's kind of one of those things you can consider it much further down the road. The last piece of boating infrastructure I'd like to chat about is the boat launch. I understand this was installed fairly recently. It's a really good start for a boat launch. It's a great addition to the park, but one thing we did notice when we were reviewing the survey is that it was installed at a grade that is quite gentle. It's actually in the range, not to bore you with technical details, it's in the range of 6 to 7% slope, which is less than ideal for a boat launch. Boat launches actually need to be somewhere around 16%. And the reason for that is if you have a small car that's towing something, and you back down that ramp to launch a craft, your rear axle will be in the water. So it'll function, but it's definitely not ideal. And the members of the Saw Pit Wharf Advisory Committee, when I mentioned that yesterday, kind of all looked at me and said, yep, we agree. So that's an interesting challenge. One other thing we noticed is that as we were doing kind of the accessibility audit, trying to figure out how to make this whole park accessible, we realized that the biggest challenge we ran into down at the water level was trying to get the spaces around this boat launch, so these kind of pedestrian areas, at a reasonable elevation in relation to everything else. And so we kind of realized, okay, if we have a chance to kill two birds with one stone here. So what we've proposed is to take the existing boat launch, which is in great condition, and I don't want to say reconstruct it, because that sounds a little bit intimidating, but reconfigure it. From our understanding, these are just big concrete slabs which can be lifted easily. And so what we think can be done is that these can be lifted in the air, the grade below them raised, and then you've made the space at the top of it more pedestrian friendly and accessible. And you've also addressed the challenge of the slope on the boat launch. And you haven't had to throw out or disregard or waste the money that was done previously on the boat launch. So it's a little bit of it's a unique opportunity, but one that we think will make sense with a relatively low cost. The last thing I wanted to chat about with respect to the water's edge, I'll call it, is the park amenities. So we've talked about how people move through the site. We've talked about how boats operate and get launched. But one thing we also heard a lot during engagement was that people want to use it as a park space, and there was a desire for new amenities. So what you'll notice we've changed down here is we've created a little bit of an arrival space. So you'll see we have things like benches and bike racks and landscaping, perhaps a little bit of an information kiosk or some regulatory signage there. That kind of creates a sense of arrival and says, you know, you've arrived at one of our premier parks. We've also illustrated this heavy dashed line you see here represents a new washroom building. This is not the design that we're proposing. This is just kind of a precedent photo that we found on the internet. But the idea is that you can get probably in there 3 or 4 gender neutral or accessible washrooms facing out towards the water. And then one of the things we heard also from engagement was that people are looking for overhead protection.
Yeah.
They're looking for shelter from the rain, they're looking for shade, and that extends the use of the park and just makes it a little bit more comfortable as well. So if this is a direction that the municipality feels that, yes, we want to pursue this, and you go ahead and get a design completed, you could easily figure out, as in this photo, how to extend that roof plane so that you've created not just a washroom building, but also a bit more of a sheltered public space below. I skipped ahead a bit early. Along the shoreline here, we've kind of kept a big open green space. That's really valuable stuff to have. A lot of times you fall into the trap of thinking, what can we put in there? What can we put in there? But sometimes it's best to not put anything there because people like to have the flexibility to use the space for picnicking, throwing a frisbee, just sitting on the grass. So you'll see we've included a lot of big lawn spaces. The shoreline, of course, is protected with armor stone as it is today. If anything, we may want to consider raising it ever so slightly just to even kind of increase its resilience and the ability to withstand floodwaters and sea level rise. The walkway at the top of that armor stone is now considered hard surface concrete. We do have a spot here where we punch through to show just a small set of stairs to allow beach access, because sometimes people do like to go down and walk right along the beach. But also when the tide is high, you could sit along those stairs and maybe even let your feet or something dangle in them if you wanted to do that. And then finally, down at the end there, what you'll see is this colorful kind of circular area. We do have another little bit of a lookout that we've proposed. It kind of pokes out into the water. There's a set of stairs down here to continue the beach access. And these colored areas would be what we consider play spaces. And that's I don't want to raise any alarms there. We're not picturing huge monkey bars or a jungle gym or anything like that. And that's where the photo comes in. You can see here in the background, just something really simple, a net climber, perhaps a bird nest swing, which I know is kind of a signature piece of furniture for the municipality. Something like that would be perfectly appropriate there, and just make this space a little bit more engaging for kids and families. So that's kind of an overview, a walkthrough of the Sawpit Wharf Park preliminary plan, the ideas that we've put on paper. When we stood back and looked at it, we thought, okay, we think we've done okay. But one of the things that really resonated with me, and I heard it from the committee and we heard it from engagement, was that there was a real want to have parking down at the water's edge, more parking. And in this solution, we found 8 spaces. And we just weren't sure if that was enough. And we went back to the drawing board to see if we could carve out more space. And I'm happy we did, because Mr. Silver actually mentioned yesterday in the committee meeting, he counted 30 cars there on the busy days in the summer several times. So 8 spaces maybe is not going to cut it. So if you just watch this area real quickly, I'll flick the screen for you and you'll see that we've proposed another option. And I can go back and forth a couple times, which shows a row of parking kind of reconfigured there. Now it does come with some considerations. Obviously it adds cost. And as you'll see, if you look at this green bubbly line here, that represents the existing tree line. In order to do that, you'll see that we have to change the tree line and we have to grade back into the slope. So all of a sudden you're getting into a little bit of site disturbance, a little bit of site tear up. We always take the approach at our first pass to try to work with what we have and not do too much heavy-handed moves. But perhaps this one is a bit of a compromise. So that was a second option, and I can show you a kind of a close-up, or I don't have a close-up version of that one. Sorry. And then the last thing we wanted to show you, when I showed this to the committee, they thought, okay, it was definitely loud and clear in the room. We prefer this. We prefer the parking down at the water level. But it started a conversation about, well, we would actually prefer more parking down at the water level. And of course, we talked about, well, that requires extra cost to the project, and we don't want to, blow the budget on parking. And so the committee just kind of intuitively started thinking, well, what can we change? What can we propose differently to find that money in a budget that would allow us to accomplish our goals down below? And so this is a third option, which is what I'm calling the Soppit Wharf Park Advisory Committee option. And again, I'll just flick back and forth so you can kind of see the changes. And I think the biggest changes you'll see are obviously the parking lot down at the water level has extended the whole length of the green space. Obviously, we do need to cut back further into the bank to allow that to happen, which means the tree line changes. But perhaps one of the biggest things, and one of the biggest moves, I think, is that you'll see we've actually, or the committee has suggested that we abandon the trail between the upper parking lot and the lower parking lot. So you can see again, that switchback trail is gone. And the parking lot up here, of course, has now no longer become a parking lot, and it's just a trailer staging area. And a last thing is that you'll notice it's not paved in asphalt, it's paved in it's not paved, it's gravel. So we talked a lot about accessibility and the implications of that, because our first pass was to do everything in concrete or asphalt because it's accessible, to make every part of the park accessible. That was our primary goal. And the advisory committee thought, well, perhaps if we can get the lower part of the park completely accessible, there is no need for somebody who perhaps has a mobility challenge or is in a wheelchair to access this upper parking lot. So you would the idea is you would get dropped off down here at the water level, or you would park in the accessible parking down here. You've got everything at your fingertips, and the only thing you're not able to do is drive your vehicle up here and park the trailer, which is the only function that happens up here anymore. So you can see it's kind of a little bit of a different approach than what we had initially considered, but it was feedback that came from the committee. I'm not 100% sure what the cost implications of this are, but I think it is safe to say it would reduce costs because we have reduced asphalt and quite extensively. But again, this is just the initial feedback from the committee. So I appreciate the time you've given me today. I thank you very much for that. And I'm happy to answer any questions or clarifications that you may have.
Questions, comments? Councillor Vino.
Yesterday, when we met with Matt and Trudy in the committee, this project really resonated with me as something that's in the community, by the community, for the community. This was a community-driven project. It wasn't us around the table thinking, what does the community want? They got their hands in it, and they've been fully involved. And compared to some other projects that we've had, we haven't had any resistance on this. So I'm really looking forward to hearing everybody else's opinion on this. It's been a long time coming. The committee has wanted to go through with this concept plan for a while. They had the hiccup of the wharf assessment. We heard back that that was fine and moved forward with that. And I think I've spoke about this before, that it's so much more than boating infrastructure. This has become a hot spot to just go, sit, read, yoga, lunch, and it's much more than a boating park. So look forward to hearing what the rest of you think and have to say today.
So Matt, I'd like you to put the last slide up, that one.
Yep.
Okay, if you could just leave it there for a moment, and
course.
I'll take the speakers. Councillor Haysom?
Thanks. I have a couple of questions. The first is that when and Chastity, you might be able to weigh in on this, but when we were first talking about Saw Pit Wharf, there was a need for like more floating docks. Is that going to be adequately addressed in this plan? I'm opening that to anyone.
Sure.
actually, so.
Yeah, I think the idea, and this might be something I skimmed over quite quickly, is obviously we've got the accessible boat launch up here now. We do imagine extending this floating dock out to
Okay.
give you some short-term relief from that pressure. But then I think the bigger, longer-term discussion to have is what to do about this wharf.
Wharf.
If the wharf stays, that's fine, and you kind of just go status quo. But in the future, if you wanted to abandon that type of approach, that real kind of big infrastructural assessment, you could do something like a floating wharf,
Okay.
which could be expanded
Okay.
kind of in perpetuity to get the spaces that you need.
So that was my first question. Some of them aren't worth asking, but this seems like a fully accessible park, which is wonderful. And I'm just thinking about our park strategy and the goal to have, and Trudy, this might be directed more to you, the goal to have at least one park that is fully accessible, and perhaps more within the municipality. Is this park going to become that fully accessible park?
I think that's a decision of council, not a decision of myself. Certainly in the RFP, and I'll go back to the guiding principles, was accessibility. So that was one of the guiding. It doesn't necessarily mean it has to be the flagship accessibility, but certainly the lower portion, and I think Matt can speak to this, does lend itself well just with the grades and things of that nature. So I don't know if that answers your question. I will respond to the extension of the floating docks. We still do have the ability to extend, and we do have a permit from Department of Natural Resources if we want to add additional pieces onto our floating dock to add extra spaces. So I just wanted to make council aware of that.
Just to respond one last point to your accessibility question, if I can just again flick back through the three concepts really quickly. The first one is what I would consider a fully accessible park. You can, if you're in a wheelchair, we'll use that as kind of the metric, you can access any part of that site in line with the National Building Code standards. Similarly, this is the same one, but this would obviously require a little bit more site disturbance and a little bit more costs to achieve. This option is only accessible down at the activity area, I'll call it, down Mellon Water's edge.
So if I could just, as a supplementary specific to this drawing, it looks as though you have a walkway from this gravel parking lot at the top that is paved.
That's right.
So my guess would be that there would still be some accessibility from that top area to get down on a paved walkway, turning into a sidewalk all the way down.
That's right. The
It's
sidewalk grade would be quite steep though, so it wouldn't
Okay,
be
I see.
accessible. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Moore.
Okay, I like the last slide where the parking is all closer down to the water. Having a park in my area that is accessible, it's still very hard to maneuver a wheelchair, a walker, anything like that because of the gravel. So I understand the paving part of it. My other suggestion is, when I look at this picture of washroom and shelter, it's like, I hope it's not overkill like this picture. I mean, these washrooms and stuff that we want to put in our parks, we are putting one in Mush Mush, Sweetland, and the estimate came back at 500, 600,000. So we sent it back because we do our diligence with our budgets, and we sent it back and we knocked it down to $180,000 or $190,000, which I still think is a lot for a bathroom.
Sure.
But anyway, I'm just hoping that, you know, when I look at this and I see, I understand about covering a shelter.
Yeah.
But when I look at this and I see the washroom entrances and, of course, accessibility and gender neutral, we need to have those. This is the world we're living in.
Yeah.
But when I see all the rest of the storage up on top and all that, it's way too much.
Yeah.
A washroom is a washroom.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Comments? I find this vision of the park that you presented today actually fantastic, encouraging. I find it interesting that the province may be reluctant to release or sell the properties that host Salt Pit Wharf. Now, we have asked to extend the lease of this property, which we have been leasing it in the past. But I would like to see us possibly own the land that we're making an investment in. I've visited Saw Pit Wharf Park several times. Each time, I make sure that I enter into conversations with those that I find in the park. I felt that my identity as a counselor was unknown. I didn't identify myself because I wanted good, positive feedback. And it's always been good conversations. It is my opinion that further investment into this park would be good money spent. Most conversations provided me very positive feedback from those who were using the park. I did notice on a couple of my visits a lot of flies, but we have no control over those things. I do believe that as we invest into the park, that we consider ownership of the lands that we are investing into. In short, I truly believe we should be investing into the Saw Pit Wharf. We should be seeking water rights and land ownership to protect our investment. We should also seek provincial investment if they remain the property owners. And surely they would see the value of having open space park like this between two municipalities side by side as an investment that they would want to be involved in. With the options that you showed there, I'm good with option 1. I favor option 2 with accessibility, but I'm not completely comfortable with option 3 because I think that it might change too much of the natural environment to be looked like another parking lot just beside the water. I do like option 2 where we make it available for a number of people who may have handicap requirements or seniors who might not want to walk too far. But on the other hand, it gives all the things of a park and still looks like a park rather than an extension of Walmart. So thank you very much for your presentation. I found it very encouraging and something that I would certainly support regardless of which option. I was not present for the input that was done by the community, so I may be lacking something, not hearing their total input. But from an outsider that is looking at this park, that is my thought. And I do know that investment in parks by the municipality is seen as a favorable use of municipal monies. It's something that I have heard over and over, especially in the past month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Oigel.
Thank you very much. I was to the public hearing or workshop, and I've also been to the park, and it was after a rainy day, so I went sliding down there. Literally, I did. I slid. I didn't break my arm there, though, but I did slide down. If you go to your opening.
The guiding principles?
No, the picture of the park as it is now. Yeah, so just visualize that parking lot behind there, right? I agree with Councillor Bell that option I'm not happy with, because at the open house, or the workshop rather, it was the idea that it was the natural area, and people liked the fact of getting away from that highway, right? Getting away from the town, that it was quieter, right? And if you put that parking lot in there, that is going to take away from, for me, that would be taking a lot away from that. Also, I'm really surprised that the switchback trail that you're proposing hasn't more switchback in it, because of the seniors that do use the park and like to walk. And the parents that bring their children, right? To have less of a steep in that switchback, like just have more, and maybe like the landings for sure with the benches and whatnot. But those would be my comments. Other than that, I think it's fabulous. And I really liked a lot of the natural, the picture at the end with the natural playground type of thing that you had. Yeah, with the rocks and the wood and, yeah. I can see a box of chalk there and kids writing, putting pictures on those rocks. But it was great, thank you.
Mayor, may I just speak
Yes.
for one quick second? I just wanted to, just because Councillor Bell and Deputy Mayor Oikel have both suggested it, and it's not shown in this concept plan, the conversation about a parking lot on the water's edge we did have with the committee yesterday.
Yes.
And one of the suggestions that they had, which is not shown on this drawing, and that's only because the meeting was late yesterday afternoon and I didn't get a chance to update it, is to maybe pull it back further into the slope and introduce a bit of a buffer there, a landscape buffer. So their idea is to soften that a little bit so that when you're looking at it from the water,
You
you
don't
probably
see it.
wouldn't see the parking lot. So not saying that's the right approach, because it still does require cutting into the bank and not, taking some trees away. But it would certainly soften that feel, as you said, Councillor Bell, about, we don't want a Walmart on the waterfront, and I'm certain that the advisory committee was not envisioning that either. So I think there's things we can do in the final design, if this is the approach that we are okay with, to make that parking lot a little bit less intrusive. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor DeLong.
Thank you. Yeah, these concept drawings look great, and I'm really happy to see how it's come along since the original workshop in April, which was a great conversation. I'm glad that the community has really rallied around this concept. I'm wondering if staff will be consulting with, or has already consulted with the Accessibility Committee on this, given that it is meant to be an accessible park.
You want to speak? Yeah, sure.
If memory serves me correct, they were one of the stakeholders that the consultants would have engaged with. But certainly, we could send the draft concept plan. I could send this PowerPoint to them and see if they could give us feedback.
I think that's a great
If
idea.
that's the wish of the council.
Okay, well, does that have to be by direction of council, or? No, great. Thanks.
Councillor Staton.
Thank you. I just have two questions, and it's unfortunate we don't have a concept plan like this for all our parks, because that would be a good starting point, really, to know. My two questions are the cost and the timeline. When do, and I know the cost is not going to be low,
Right.
but I'm wondering if the committee has some fundraising efforts going on to get what they want in this park, rather than rely on government subsidies to build it all, because we have other parks that we need to look after.
Of course, yep. Just for my clarification, when you say timeline, you mean timeline for completion of the concept plan or timeline for construction?
Well, for the completion of your plan.
Okay, so to answer that, that's a quick one. Depending on the feedback, if we can get direction from council of a, do you want to speak, councillor? Or? Oh, sorry, I thought you were trying to get my attention. Depending on the feedback we get from council and the direction, we can finalize a concept plan fairly quickly, like in the next few weeks, if that's desired. We did have a bit more time in the schedule, but if we need to compress that to turn it around, we understand there's an election coming. We're happy to do that. The budget, part of our deliverable for this project is to do a detailed cost estimate, which will break down every component that's proposed in the park to give you an idea. We don't typically do that until we have council direction on the vision. So that's what we're looking for today. And then we're able to kind of calculate what that cost is. That said, we did do what I call back of napkin math, because I was sure a council would ask that question. And what you see in option one, which is the one on the screen right now, does come in by our estimates at about $1.8 million. If we go with option two, which is the additional parking lot, that adds about $250,000. Option 3, which is the one that we received feedback on from the advisory committee yesterday, I don't have that math because we only got that feedback yesterday, but gut reaction is it's probably the least cost option because it has less paving.
Councillor Wynot.
Yeah, you stated that it was under National Building Code. Is it under Rick Hansen standards?
I'm not, yeah, that's a good question. I'm not, we do have a Rick Hansen accessibility expert on our team. I can confirm that with him. The rest of the park is well within Rick Hansen standards. I don't remember the number off the top of my head. I can get that for you. I think 8% might fall outside of Rick Hansen, but in this particular case, the only thing that would be considered outside of that would be this switchback path. And that's really because our hands are tied by the grades. So in order to get it down to a much gentler slope, we would end up having to do this really big circuitous switchback path, which comes at a cost, it changes the character of the site. So NBC, the National Building Code is the metric we used here because we thought at least we can get accessibility to some standard, but I'm not 100% certain if the entire park meets Rick Hansen at this point.
Did you still want to speak, Trudy?
And I just wanted to add to what Mr. Mills had to say about the budget. One of the other pieces is he is to break it down into an implementation plan so that it's not done all in one.
Yeah.
So it's to be phased in. So I just want to
Yeah.
clarify that. And the other thing I want to clarify is that the Saw Pit Wharf committee is an advisory committee of council. It's appointed by council, so it's a little bit different than some of the other nonprofit groups that have management agreements with us. So it's typically not their role to fundraise. It's not in their terms of reference. So I just wanted to clarify that as well. Certainly, from a staff's perspective, we would seek other funding partners, depending on the direction of council. We'd look at federal funding, provincial funding, perhaps funding from United Way and some other agencies. But I just wanted to raise that point as well. Thank you.
So I have some comments as well, and I was privy to being able to be present for the public consultation that was held in Lunenburg, and it was definitely probably some of the best consultation that I've attended in the municipality. I learned a lot. And when we talk about Saw Pit Wharf, or had talked about Saw Pit Wharf, I was not, I guess, as up to speed to recognize the different type of users that the facility already had and the need in that community. And when we go back to the washrooms and the covered area, I think that's very important, simply because what I heard was that the Veterans Wing was taking their residents there on regular basis for day trips, that Harborview Haven was using that facility to go there, that the daycares were using that facility. It has become a community focal point for people to gather for lunch and for whatever other purpose. And it really, and even from the kayaking and canoeing perspective, yeah, when we had ask for a boat launch, it was a boat launch to launch motorized boats at that time. But it's evolved into much more than that. And I love the concept plan. I can live with either version of this. The only thing I question in the parking lots down closer to the water is I don't see any access for trailers, and I don't know what the makeup is of vehicles with trailers and vehicles without trailers, and whether or not that area up at the top, as it stays the way it envisioned there in the gravel with the other version, actually is big enough to accommodate the trailers. And being a boat operator and hauling a trailer, I know that that requires quite an area to maneuver for some of these boats. So I'm just wondering how that plays into this. And I think it's more of a I don't know the actual, on a Sunday afternoon, how many people are there with boats and trailers. So I guess I would like to make sure that it did accommodate the
The demand.
the demand that we currently have, or even exceeds it a bit if we're going to look at that, and whether that's more gravel up at the top or whatever, but
Yeah.
I do like what I'm seeing here, and from all the conversation that I recall around the table, it definitely has captured everything that was discussed at that public consultation. And again, when we did River Ridge Common and we did some of these other parks, they were phased in. I know when we look at the $2 million or the however many $1 million plan, it was phased in over many years that happened. And they have become signature parks and signature destinations for residents all over our municipality. It's not uncommon to see people from every end of our area in these parks.
Yeah.
So I want to thank you for your presentation and also for all the work that you have done
Thank
in
you.
bringing that to here, but I look forward to seeing the rest. Councillor Vino.
Thank you very much for everybody's feedback on this, and I just wanted to respond on some of the things that I've heard from the community regarding the parking. Because so many users use this as a lunchtime park. Putting more parking down below was ideal, especially for those that only have 30 minutes. We didn't see them going to the upper parking lot, spending those extra minutes to walk down and walk back up. We really wanted to make sure that we accommodated those users. I received a response from Highliner saying, because they looked at these plans, actually, I received an email late last night saying this is wonderful. So many of our employees, which Highliner is a big company about 1 kilometer away. With the drawings, will you bring up option 1 on the screen for a second?
Sure thing.
For those that are kind of looking at this and thinking that, this one's nice, for those that have boats, there could be a safety issue with people backing their boat in and people leaving the parking lot from those parking spots at the same time. There might be some congestion there with that concept plan, so putting that parking into the green space that's there now might be better from a safety perspective as well, looking at this plan. But just wanted to add those few extra comments and emphasize that, as the mayor said, this park is for all types of users, not just boat users.
Deputy Mayor Oikel.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the extra explanation about the green space between, or the trees or whatever. But I do like number 2 because as a walker, I do enjoy walking, and I think that many of the park users coming down that hill will be difficult. And if there could be somehow more of a trail that goes into that to go down, especially those that are taking their kids for walks or whatnot. But number 2 would be more of what I would be interested in, especially if you are putting greenery between the parking and the water.
So again, I want to thank you. This is a preliminary draft presentation. Like what I see. I'm not going to say that I don't, and I look forward to it coming back in its final version. So thank you very, Trudy?
But just from Mr. Mills' perspective, it sounds, if I'm hearing correctly, that option 1, maybe we could abandon that, and do you
Yes.
want like a little bit more information around option 2 and option 3? Like, I think he was hoping that there would be a more narrow, like option 1, 2, or 3, but I'm not hearing complete. So I just want to be sure that we're clear in our direction of what Matthew is to do. Because I heard some say 2, I heard some say 3, so I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on an option.
So I guess there was no motion for this, so I
No,
was
it was
looking.
just direction, yeah.
Direction here. I think that there's some things that need to be incorporated in. I also appreciate where the Sawpit Wharf Committee, Advisory Committee is coming from, and they're in the community, and they're seeing firsthand what's going on. We're seeing this as a concept plan on here. And unless you were at those meetings and actually heard the community speak in relationship to what the users are looking for, I think it's hard for us to say that you need 12 parking places here and you need 14 up here and whatever.
Yeah.
I think that the community knows best what that needs to look like. But correct me if I'm wrong, council, on this. Like I said, I don't think we should be, I think that the last two, the first one, I think, does not meet the need, or it's not as attractive to me as the latter two. And I don't know if somebody is in love with one and doesn't want to see it leave the table. But I guess general consensus, I'm not really going to go to every speaker around, but is 2 and 3 where council feels they are okay with moving forward with? Councillor DeLong?
Yeah, I'd be interested in learning if the, kind of the concept 3, but with the walkway is an option, and what the cost would be for that one.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm hearing. I think
Yeah.
the biggest thing, the two pieces of feedback I received, or I heard regarding option 3, and this was obviously the preferred option for the advisory committee, is perhaps this could work if we consider making the parking lot feel a little less intrusive on the waterfront. And we can do that through landscaping and making sure that we soften that
Buffer.
view. And also maintain some sort of trail connection between the upper and the lower. And I don't know if we can get that to be accessible or not. We can certainly try. But even if we don't, it could be an inaccessible trail that at least people who are able-bodied are able to use, knowing that the whole entire lower portion of the park is accessible. Is that an approach that I wonder if council would like to see
Yeah.
us work out a little bit further?
Is there anything else that somebody wanted to add?
I just want to clarify when we say moving forward, that it's for information purposes only. And
Everything has to come back and be approved by council.
Yes.
It's
Just
part of
want that-
budget deliberations.
I-
This is not.
I just want that stated, and, yeah, 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Concept 2 or 3.
Councillor Moore?
I'm really interested in seeing the savings with concept 3 with the asphalt, not as much asphalt.
Okay,
All right. So again, you will work with the committee as well?
of course. Yeah.
Because, like I said, they're here to advise council on as well. Councillor Bell, did you have anything else?
Mr. Mills covered it with his final comments.
All right, so thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you all. Enjoy
And
your day.
we are going to take a break.
Maybe connected, but also crosswalks. People would be biking down or walking from town, because that's a pretty fast road. And when you're coming up, there's a little bit of a line cross. And if you've got kids or strolling off the trail, is there any consideration given to some sort of safety? Yeah, I think I would, because I bike it, I'm just over the moon. But to me, it's, me and my friends are almost, and we would be probably afraid of that when we go across that trail, whether we have off the bikes or someone goes across and falls on their bike and comes over with us. That would be, yeah, and I think the DOT could see that as an issue. Yeah, so you might, yeah, okay. Right, thank you. Yeah, that was excellent feedback.
Welcome back to our council meeting. We are going to move down to 11.3. Hold it, no. 11.2.2, Public Works Quarterly Report. And we have Mitchell Conrad and maybe someone else with us. Allison. Colleague? Oh, just hold it. So yes, we have Mitchell Conrad and Allison Culligan from Nova Scotia Public Works. So welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. You all have met me before, but to my left here is Allison Cullicutt. She's the area manager right now for Lunenburg and Queens County. Previously, during council, I introduced Josh. Josh has moved on to other employment. And we also had, for a period of time, Stephanie Warren, but she's on parental leave right now. So Allison is our acting area manager till about September of next year. And yeah, we're just settling in here. So we did get a list of questions from all the councilors. You know, we worked on getting some answers for everybody. Allison's prepared some things. I think I just wanted to say maybe one little piece before we jump into it, because I know brush cutting is a very hot topic right now across the county. And it is most definitely one of our greatest challenges right now. So, you know, we had the floods last year in July, and that would be prime brush cutting season for our crews last year. And ultimately, we were dealing with other emergencies for the majority of our maintenance season last year, and it set us back on our brush cutting program. And as with bushes, you know, they kept growing, and leaves came out in the spring, and we certainly are seeing that challenge now. You know, I know there'll be some questions about specific roads and things like that. We likely won't be able to comment on a specific road here or there, but our crews are devoted right now to brush cutting. I passed them on the 100 series this morning, cutting some bushes. And I guess part of our plan is also to keep cutting throughout the winter to try to make up some of that progress that we lost last season. So because I know several councillors raised that as a concern, I just wanted to address that for everybody, as, you know, we recognize it as definitely a concern, and our forces are heavily devoted to it right now.
So before you move away from the brush cutting, generically, I understand that statement. I guess I was approached by a resident as to whether or not there would be any privatization of bush cutting, and I don't know if we still do that.
Yeah.
I know in the past it has happened on different roads, or even on dirt roads. If that part was done by the private sector or contracted out, it may alleviate the sharing of bush cutting equipment between different districts, as I recall it in the past anyway.
Yeah.
And lack of operators and so on.
Yeah, no, definitely. So brush cutting is part of our RIM program, which is tendered work out to the industry. We do tender for brush cutting, as we did this season. One thing I would say is that, you know, I can pick up the phone and rent an excavator today. But to pick up the phone and rent an excavator with a brush cutter on it is actually very challenging. So we do tender for work. We have that as part of our regular program. We'll be looking at all available opportunities as the season progresses, but generally it is challenging to get private industry in to do brush cutting, but our staff work with what we can. Anyway, I'll turn the floor over to Allison, and I guess Mayor, how would you like to do it? Would you like us to go through the questions, or?
So I had one other comment on brush cutting.
Yes.
But I don't want to go into road specific,
No,
as
I'm
he
not.
had said.
I'm not.
So go ahead.
I just wanted to thank you for the bush cutting, I don't like calling it brush because they are bushes, on the Highway 10.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it.
I mean, I know you can't do them all at once, all the roads, but it's much safer.
Yeah, no, glad to hear it. We like to focus on some of those high priority, high volume roads when we can.
Thank you.
So based on the list that you had, I know some of them maybe can be grouped together, but if you could go through them, that would be fine.
Yeah, okay, great. I'll turn it over to Allison.
So you just want us to start at the beginning? Okay, so our first question would be about Garber Road Bridge. So the department is actively working on that bridge. and they're in the process of getting design and approval. So once they have the design and approvals, they can move forward, but until then, we can't really move forward until we have the design of the footing.
So again, in relation, I added the Garber Road to
Yes.
this, simply because I'm getting a lot of calls and we've got a garbage truck. I don't know if we were able to do the brush cutting or bush cutting in that area to try to accommodate. They're refusing to stop there at the moment to pick up garbage.
Yeah, I think our staff had been in contact with the Waste Collection Agency, and I think they had worked something out. But I do know that we are still looking at a very strong likelihood that that project gets completed this year.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Staff are getting ready to mobilize. There's a few things left to sort out, but I would say it's a strong likelihood.
And for those that are not familiar with the Garber Road, this is a bridge that was washed out in the July 21st flood. Yes.
So then we can move on to a question about Big Tancook. A question about professional services for road maintenance.
Can you put the mic closer to?
Sorry.
Just angle it over to you there.
So we
That's
we currently do have equipment on the island that performs the standard road maintenance. In the wintertime, we hire personnel and equipment for the snow removal. With the ferry coming, once that's completed, we'll be able to do a little bit more out there and have more resources once they get out there. We can move, if we're all good with that. I don't know how this works, I'm sorry.
Just keep going down your list
Okay.
and I will monitor the table.
We had some questions about Spectacle Lake subdivision, a culvert replacement for Mr. Seelig at 59 Windward Avenue. With the significant staffing changes, there was probably some miscommunications that came through there. So I have shared it with the supervisors and we will review the issue and we'll make contact with Mr. Seelig with the results. Another question about tree trimming, same sort of answer. Northwest Road near Cliversley subdivision. Thanks for letting us know again, and we will share that with the supervisors to take a look at. So we have a number of intersections as well that all need safety assessed or addressed. There's been many accidents at them, according to the question. We have added those intersections to our district traffic supervisor's portfolio, and to assess them and to ensure that they're following all the guidelines in the TAC manual.
Councillor Vino?
Yeah, just on that, this is something that the community definitely speaks out about. It's the intersection in Lilydale, as well as what people refer to as Frank Shell as well. Multiple accidents all the time, deadly accidents. And the response that got put on Facebook was that nobody told us about it. So I wanted to make sure it was loud and clear to the province and to you folks that we are far past one too many accidents there, and I don't know what the solution is.
There is a flashing light.
It's
at that intersection.
And I think it also comes down to that is an intersection that leads into the town of Lunenburg. So
Yes.
we're dealing with tourism numbers and people not from the area. I can count several times this summer that I was at the stop sign first, but I didn't go until I knew that the side of me was going to stop as well, and just watch them go right through. So that Lilydale intersection is dangerous and deadly, and needs something. Needs something.
Yeah, so there's many factors that go into an intersection assessment by our traffic authority. As in our roles, we rely on our provincial traffic authority to provide guidance and advice. One of the components that does get factored in is accidents and accident history. So, oftentimes we'll see, an intersection that had been deemed to meet all the qualifications, and then there's, several consecutive accidents, and we'll do a reassessment, and maybe that'll trigger enlarged signage or arrow boards or a flashing light, all those different components, but accidents are a factor in that assessment.
How do you find out about the accidents? Does it get reported to you from RCMP, from the fire department?
We have a provincial employee who catalogs all accidents across the province, and Public Works is notified of them as well, because typically there's infrastructure of ours that's affected. But we do have somebody who receives police reports at a provincial level.
Yellow line on Lower Branch Road. So this is just a general statement about line painting in general, because there has been quite a few questions about that. The paint truck should be in our area starting this week. They were supposed to be here earlier, but due to scheduling, weather, and mechanical problems, the truck is late getting here. But they are working in this area, and I was speaking to them this morning, actually. So we should be good on that.
Not quite. I do have one other comment on that. Approached by residents that may live on a sand seal or a chip seal road that we do not put the lines down on, and how hard it is for seniors to navigate those roads on a rainy night. And I'm not sure policy-wise why we don't.
So we do have a policy on line painting, and some roads don't qualify for it. We have on occasion gone out and done an assessment ourselves to determine if it's a reason to vary from the policy, but most definitely not all roads qualify for lines. There's characteristics such as traffic volumes and also road geometry, like the width. There's times when our roads just aren't wide enough for a center line, is what we often run into.
So maybe I'll ask you just to have a look at the Haynes Road number 2 maybe, and Baker Settlement to Midville is the one that I'm hearing about.
Perfect.
Councillor Staton?
Thank you. You're brave enough to come here, so I'm going to be brave enough to ask questions. Can you look at the Nogla Road as well? That is a heavy traffic road.
Yeah, and that's another one.
It certainly needs a line or some designation, even some dots in it here and there to designate which side of the road you're on.
So maybe what I'll do is I'll ask the municipality to follow up with the questions that arise during the
Yeah,
meeting to
all
make
right.
sure that we can get them in our books
Yeah.
as well. Thank you.
There was a comment on a washout or a safety hazard on Lower Branch Road near Civic 185. We will have the supervisors review it and make sure the location once again and ensure that there's no issues for that one.
Councillor Moore?
Thank you. I did put that on.
Okay.
In July of last year, when we had the big washouts, it is towards the lower part of the Lower Branch Road. It was washed out. There was some crushed rock put in. It's still got a really big dip in it, that when you are going over it, if you don't want to hit the bottom of your car or whatever, you have to pull over the center line, which is a double line. And with buses going back and forth and all that kind of stuff, it is a real danger.
Okay, well, we'll certainly take a
Thank
look
you.
at it and do what we can.
Thank you.
We will move on to the intersection at Petite Bridge. The question was, it needs better signage, high volume of confusion, and just the intersection review. So speed limits, and there's also parts about speed limit reduction, and then a flashing light, reduced speed at Rissers. So speed limits are set and are determined by the 85th percentile of driver speed. In conjunction with road design and geometry, there's many factors, but for the most part, it is set by the driver's speed. So at this time, the department recommends additional enforcement for speed limits. We can't enforce speed limits. So if we suggest that getting additional enforcement to ensure that the travelers are following the speed limits. We will also add the roads in question to our department traffic supervisor's portfolio to assess when resources and priorities permit.
Councillor Haysom?
Thanks so much, and obviously I raised this one. 2 points on this. I do understand, as I've spoken to Mitchell and many other people in your position a number of times, about how speed limits are determined. I think that what the community is asking for is a recognition that the nature of the community is changing. So what was once just sort of the thoroughfare of the 331 has become a real tourist destination, a very busy site, and so there has to be some willingness to address some of the speed limits. So just before you carry on with that, that is a high, what we would call a high vigilance intersection. I've spoken to Mitchell a few times about trying to just move the 50-kilometer-an-hour speed sign further up Spikes Hill so that people are already slowed down before they're going down a steep speed limit. Apparently, that's not something that can be considered. So I just wondered, you say you rely heavily on the traffic authority for guidance and advice. The other frustrating thing that I find as a counselor is I have questions specifically around speed limits and signage, and the answer is no. We can't do anything because of the reasons that you've listed. But I know that there is another body that's addressing this. How do we address that body?
Again,
So I'll speak to this one. So our provincial traffic authority, it's an internal resource for the province. Our area manager is the front-facing person for the local area. The director is the front-facing individual for the district. But questions and concerns from all stakeholders and aspects of the organization are routed through the area manager, who then has various resources at their disposal, whether that's an access management engineer or design engineer, and then they are able to convey that message back to the interested party. So questions as they come in, Allison is happy to take them back to the different resources that she has available to her, and then follow up with whoever raises the question.
Deputy Mayor Oigel, did you have a question?
Yeah, just to understand something. So if they were doing a study of the road out here, and everybody on it were supposed to be going 70, but most of the people were going 80, are you saying that they would then raise it to 80?
That is what the science of the traffic management supports.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that we would.
So it's
but,
be careful what you wish for, because the speed limit could go up. And that's likewise the philosophy on the 103 and different, and you see that now with the divided highway and so on. So if you would continue, please.
Richardson's Road in Green Bay, that says, it was stated that the road is in desperate needs of attention. Thank you for sending it along, and we will share it with the supervisors and address the issues if there are any when resources and priorities permit.
If I could back up, is the Richardson Road in Green Bay the access route out?
Potentially could be,
Yeah.
because it doesn't.
I guess this
yeah.
was raised last year during the flood of
So
July
there-
21st again, and it was
And the
the
hurricane as well,
need,
yeah.
the need to have an access road for residents that may be trapped when the traditional washout happens in Green Bay.
Yeah, so we had received, I guess, 2 levels of concern at Richardson Road. There was one about the condition of the road that is maintained, and I think our staff actually did gravel a portion of that road and help resolve some of the issues. As you mentioned, there's an unmaintained portion of road there as well. The province doesn't provide maintenance or invest fiscally into unmaintained roads, so that's not something we're able to do, but we do have a permit process for other entities to be able to make an investment into the unmaintained road right-of-way that exists there.
There was another note of speeding on the lane in Broad Cove and the beach road in Broad Cove. There was a comment about eroding around the pilings. So the department is aware of this. We continue to monitor through our monitoring program and our inspection program. And at this current moment, we have no concerns. This one was about Cherry Hill. I think you said you were gonna talk about this one.
Councillor Haysom?
Thank you. And Mitchell, I know that you're aware of this one, and this has been ongoing for some time. And of course, sorry, just over the weekend with the heavy rain, once again, it's an issue. They keep, you know where I'm talking about. Yeah. So they keep being told that it's just a plugged culvert. It's not. They've been asking for someone to please come and help them sort of, so that they can show what the problems are, and then people come without notifying them, and it really does need to be addressed now.
Yeah, no, we definitely have some ongoing correspondence on that file. It's a situation where we've actually made a significant financial investment in having the area properly studied by engineers that we've hired. Consulting firm has come in and is doing an assessment. Last I heard, the assessment was nearing completion, and we were going to be updated with some results of a report. But it is on my list to either myself or Allison make contact with the resident, because they have been very patiently waiting for more results. We don't have more information at this time, but we'll be in touch with them.
The last one here would be Somerset Road off the 103 needs attention. We are aware of the condition of Somerset, and we're going to be doing some drainage work, so some ditching and stuff this season. But yeah, but we'll keep this road in mind for potential future candidates and capital upgrades. But again, there's a lot of priorities, so a lot of priorities and very limited resources. So now we'll move on to, again, there was a comment from Wendy about brush cutting, but we'll leave that. Ditch cleanup remains an ongoing issue, so we will get to that sort of work when resources and priorities permit. So the question here was, residents would like to know and understand why their road, for example, Wiles Lake Road and Lacona Road was only partially sand sealed, with the remainder being in the similar condition to what was before. From a quick look, it was done under, it appears that this work was completed under a RIM tender. So we only have limited resources in those RIM sort of projects, so we can't do the full road sort of thing. But we will investigate the specific nature of those.
Yeah, I think those two roads are fully sand sealed roads, so they're not eligible for a complete repaving. We did do some rim asphalt patching to help resolve some of the issues, but ultimately it's a gravel road that received a dust suppression treatment many years ago. It now appears to be paved, but it's not classified as paved, so we were able to do some patching to help resolve the issues, but a complete repaving isn't one of the available options for that category of road.
There was a comment about placing proper-sized culverts in strategic places along the Fancy Lake Road to assist with the runoff during rain events. This nature of work is completed when we do, when like drainage work is completed, we do size up pipes, we do studies, but maintenance is not in a position to start replacing culverts that are functioning and in good condition until they reach their end of their service life. When capital works comes through, they can do more elaborate work, and they will upsize and do studies on their culverts, but when maintenance is going through, we typically just replace culverts that have failed.
Comment? It was more towards putting in new culverts. Rather, because the old ones, you'd already kind of worked through those because some of them were destroyed after that flood in '23. But this was new ones, to put new ones in strategic places where, specifically in Fancy's Lake area, the road was totally flooded. Like, the ditches on both sides were flooded because of the topography of the land. The water was coming down off the hill, the ditches were flooded, then the road became flooded, and then the ditches on the other side were flooded. And so obviously there needed to be culverts underneath the road in order for that runoff to be able to flow properly to the lake. And I just was wondering whether or not, or how we go about having culverts in places that normally there wouldn't, if you just look at it, you would think, oh, well, there doesn't need to be one there. But obviously there does because of the topography of the land.
So, yeah, so we definitely take frequent flooding into consideration during our major capital upgrades to roads. I'm assuming this was during the July floods last year. So, that was an unprecedented event. So, I'm not saying that when we do a capital upgrade someday on this road, that we wouldn't look at adding additional pipes, but it would take more than just the July flood experience that we had here for us to be looking at, you know, altering drainage. We'd be looking at areas where there's frequent flooding, for example, and I don't remember frequent flooding at this location, but I do know it did flood during the July last year.
And the flood and the flooding the years prior to that.
Okay.
As well. Yeah, so and I think the major problem was that the ditches weren't cleaned.
Yeah.
And the vegetation was heavy, right?
Yeah.
But still culverts in different areas throughout all of Nova Scotia actually would help with all the flooding events. Because of our changing climate, we are going to get more rain.
Yeah.
The last question here would be the building up the sides of the 325 for pedestrians to walk, bike, strollers, scooters, etc. We will keep this in mind when we're conducting work in the area. We do have a small shouldering operation usually just to fix high shoulders. So we can, think of that when we're in the area doing that work and go from there.
You have in some spots.
Okay.
So there is places that you have done.
Okay.
But there is still quite a number that
Yeah,
are
and
very
when we're back
dangerous.
in the
So,
area, we
yeah,
can
that would be
certainly
great.
look. If we've
Thank you.
already done some, then it's just we have limited resources and have to go across the entire
Oh, of course.
area. The bridge on Wiles.
Just to that, I had Councillor Stanton.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay. All
Okay.
right, go ahead.
The Wiles Lake Road, the finish date for that. The culvert replacement should be completed within this week if it's not already completed. Levi Heb Road was paved in 2022. There's talks of it not going all the way to the end. It appears that we stopped at the private property, but we will share this with research to investigate further.
Okay, yeah, because he was told by a Reed, can't remember the person's last name, Lonis, that they were actually supposed to go all the way to his mailbox, and they didn't.
Okay.
And so they then in turn said that he had said at that time, or this is what I understand, so secondhand from the landowner in that area, that gravel was going to be brought in for that turning spot
Okay.
at the end, but it hasn't been yet, and it does get very muddy in the spring, and when the rain comes, dangerously muddy, because huge ruts for turning for school buses and whatnot. And so he has been adding rocks himself, but if some gravel could be brought in and pounded down to that surface, because it is very clay, and that is just pretty much all that has to be done for that.
And I would like to speak to that as well, because I've received several calls on that. And yes, back when that road was done under the J-Class Road paving project, that was supposed to be to basically the mailbox. That's traditionally the dead-end roads. You had your mailbox at the very last limit that you were allowed to have them at. And what's happening is with the snow plows, with the school buses, like, if we're saying that the private road or the road ends back here, then we've got a real problem, because we're using private property to, and I know it's not the case, I know that this is the public road that goes right up to where it has always been in the past anyway. And it's only been since the pavement of the road that it actually has caused this distinction between where the road is ending. And I think that it definitely, based on the comments when it was done, that it was done in error. And it really should be corrected, because it's a farmyard, there's a problem there.
Yeah, I think I remember receiving some concerns in the spring, because our plow does turn there, and it does rut things up and push some debris around. So I know the supervisors are aware of it. We just did a quick look online, and it does look like there might be some discrepancies in property boundaries there. So we will do a bit of research on our end as well. We have a team in Halifax that does that for us. But in the meantime, we'll certainly reiterate with the supervisor the concerns.
This was a lot of talks of tree trimming, which we already discussed. This was for Sandra Stanton. Upgrades to Nogler Road, we have done some pothole patching, but again, I'll share these with the supervisor and get them to take another look and go from there. We'll investigate and get to that work if there is any, when resources and priorities permit. Some more line painting for the Pine Grove Road, that is on their list. Some road signage, so we are reviewing signs across our district, and we're replacing them as they come in and as resources permit. It is something that we are actively working on, and there's quite a few of them that we are looking at.
Councillor Staton.
And this is the thing I've been reporting for almost 4 years now. MODL has a park in Sweetland, it's called Mushamush Beach. There's up to maybe 70, 80 cars a day go across the Sweetland Road into the beach. You have Allenback Point Road, which has 84 houses back there, with people traveling across that road to get to Allenback Point. The limbs are so bad that you can't see up around the corner. So you're saying that your resources, but I've been reporting this for 3.5 years. So if you've had resource problems for 3.5 years, I would think that you'd get a private contractor in there to cut those limbs. Because sooner or later, there's gonna be a bad accident there.
Yeah, so I mean, brush cutting, it's a never-present challenge, you know.
But it doesn't take 3.5 years to get a few bushes cut. You have school buses on that road that can't see up around the turn. Just go back and have a look at it and tell me if it's not a dangerous thing to be there.
Yeah, we'll definitely raise it with the supervisors. You know, we prioritize brush cutting just like a lot of our other maintenance obligations, things like traffic volumes and, you know, development on the road and all those things, speeds
It
of the
shouldn't take
traffic.
3.5 years to get a few bushes cut. There was a lady that cut them. She was told she wasn't allowed to do that because it was a safety concern. Somebody has gone out and cut a few of them with a machine just to see up around the turn. They must have done it after everybody was in bed, because, I mean, I'm just asking you to go have a look at it and see, and just.
We'll add it to the supervisor's list to take a look at.
That
and
would be
when
wonderful.
resources,
Yeah.
when we can get out there, we will certainly do what we can.
And one of the things that, you know, when we are battling brush like we are now, addressing issues like the inside of corners and things like that are a way to sort of effectively address some safety concerns as quickly as possible. So we'll certainly do that for you. And
Thank you.
make sure the supervisors take a look.
We had quite a few questions about the paved shoulders in Martins River, and just going further beyond that. So in Mahone Bay, there was questions of if it was completed correctly, like if it was wide. We do have a oh my goodness. We do have a standard cross-section that we do follow for widening. There may be sections that aren't quite as wide due to limitations that we have, but there are sections that are certainly, that meet those requirements, and we do try to make them as wide as possible and provide enough shoulder, even gravel shoulder, beyond the paved shoulder there to adequately provide safety and refuge for the pedestrians. There was a comment about, do I have to read this whole thing? Do I have to read the questions?
So I guess in general, the comments about, you know, Blue Road, paved shoulders, things like that. Like I know the municipality has a liaison, a person that the department deals with when it comes to things like blue routes and paved shoulders. And actually at our department level, we have an individual as well. It's an active transportation coordinator person that is sort of our resource as well. So I know that there's pretty consistent communication between the municipality and our head office person that sort of manages the program for us. So, you know, like there was a question about, you know, whether or not the Blue Route criteria is appropriate when there's trail alternatives and stuff. And I guess, you know, at our level, that's not really something that we participate in for decision making. That's decided at a provincial level, and our active transportation coordinator does play a significant role in that. So, you know, I think that utilizing the avenue of the municipal contact with our provincial contact is probably the best option for that. that
Councillor DeLong?
Thanks, yeah, this was my question, I believe. So when is the road construction due to happen there?
For which section?
For the
Mahone?
section between Mahone Bay and Lunenburg?
It should be completed this construction season. The tender has been out. and
Okay,
it's been
so
awarded.
residents are requesting that it be delayed so that we can co-fund paved shoulders. Is that something that you've been in touch with Minister?
Can you
whoever?
explain that? What you just said?
You've been in some of the emails,
Yeah.
I believe. There's residents that are requesting that this road construction be delayed until we can have another discussion about whether or not we can co-fund paved shoulders there.
So this is the section that council agreed not to put the paved shoulders on? Because of the trail that was next to the road?
Yeah, and like we heard from the group when we were at the Blue Route opening, there's a lot of concern that the trail doesn't adequately meet the needs of the community in order to, in order to traverse from Mahone Bay to Lunenburg. A lot of people don't use the trail for that.
So this would...
No, I know, it's not in our
No,
budget this year.
Well, I guess I'm just trying to get my head around even the ask to ask transportation not to pave a road.
Yeah, I know.
At this point.
I'm having trouble with that too. I'm just, these are the letters that I'm being CC'd
So
on
this
that are
is
going to the
concerns
minister
by
about
your
this.
residents that you're bringing. This isn't a council request that you're delivering here today?
No.
Okay. All right, because that would have to be a council decision.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm just saying
Yeah.
that there are residents asking if this can be delayed, and I'm hearing no.
Yeah, no, so unfortunately, we do operate on a fiscal year, and it's a multi-million-dollar construction project, which has already not only been tendered and awarded, but municipal consultation has already taken place on the file.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just need this so I can bring it back to my residents. Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you for that clarification. Continue.
Okay. There's a section of West Saver Beach, the end of the four-way intersection as you come to Herman's Island and Sunnybrook is extremely potholed and dangerous. So we will take a look at that. I'll share that with the supervisors and we'll take a look at it and go from there. Oh, and the Clearland Bridge again. So we did talk about that. But we're working on the watercourse alignment, road alignment, bridge design is the current trajectory. We don't have a plan until winter or spring if the fall assessment goes to plan. So if that.
Councillor DeLong?
So the timeline is construction next spring?
I think we're still in the design work for this
Yeah.
file, like we are monitoring the bridge. It would be a line item on our program. I don't have the exact year that it's assigned to, but, it's certainly, we're getting it done as quickly as we can, but design work's underway for that file.
Okay. Residents in the area are extremely concerned. They've had a half bridge for over a year now. I know that the engineer signed off on it safety-wise, but it is a huge concern.
There was another talk about speed limits, but that all falls under the same comment. There was a question about community signs for West Clifford, East Clifford, and Samuel Urkel Road. I don't know exactly what the status is, if they have been ordered or not, but I'll follow up with the supervisors and go from there. I know it says that you've been told that it's been ordered for a year now, but.
So if I can.
Go ahead.
It's like 2 years.
Okay.
Since it was requested, and I was told that it was in, and due to resources, they haven't been put up.
Okay.
And this request was put in because of an EHS call that went to the wrong road. It's
Okay.
happened again. And I know there are other pressing things in the municipality, but I would like to bring it to your attention again.
I'll share it. I'll speak with the supervisor. I do remember speaking with them about the specifics. They did say that they do have them. They just haven't had a chance to get them up. So I will speak with them and bring it to their attention once more.
And while I do have your attention, I want to thank you for the East Clifford Road and the Joe Hebb Road. It was appreciated.
Councillor DeLong, did you have?
Yeah, if you don't mind, could you just back up to your previous comment about, question about the speed limit?
Yeah.
There's a question about the speed limit and the passing lane coming off the 103, heading inland in Blockhouse, with the new development going in there, and also some of the infrastructure needs around the four-way. Do you have anything else on that?
Yeah, so, I mean, I see the question, you know, as development takes place, you know, we would be doing assessments. At this point, it's about proposed development, so, you know, that hasn't taken place yet. And then the other comments are things like sidewalks, crosswalks, trail crossing signs. Those are actually municipal infrastructure for the most part. Sidewalks are part of the municipal program, and then speed enforcement, that's outside of our department as well.
This one was about the Bars Corner Road and Forties Road intersection. So that has been added to the district traffic supervisor's portfolio to have another study and to assess the infrastructure that's currently in place and ensure that it's adhering to the guidelines. It already did have a study, but we're gonna add it again.
Yeah, so that's the one, there was a fatal accident there this summer. So we did have it assessed recently prior to the accident. It was determined that it met all the criteria, but as mentioned, accidents are a component of the assessment. So now that unfortunately there was an accident, and we'll have it reassessed again, but at the time, it met the criteria.
And the fire service has raised this as well and brought it forward to our attention.
Yeah.
That they recognize the
Yeah.
poor visibility at this, and I'll turn it over to Councillor Greek.
Yeah.
It's very poor visibility, but it's also so rural that on a clear day, it takes 22 minutes from our fire department to get to this location. That's not including time for firefighters to get to the fire hall or in wintry conditions. It's really far out there.
Yeah.
And after over 9 kilometers of driving a straight stretch, road ends.
Yeah, no, I definitely have had some of those experiences myself driving at that intersection. I know, you know, at the time, you know, there have been intersection improvements made there, larger signage, things like that. But you know, as I mentioned, accidents are a component of the criteria for different intersection characteristics, and we'll definitely have it reassessed.
The accidents seem to take out the signs too. And then,
Okay.
so it's like after every accident, it's so frequent there, the fire emergency services aren't always called. The locals plow a spot for the tow truck because it's so frequent pulling someone out at the end. And then the signs get wiped out easily, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenging intersection.
Councillor Vino, is that in relation to this item?
It's in relation to a comment he made on the item, yes. You mentioned one of my least favorite words, studies. A study will be done. Can you talk about what that entails when you do a study on an intersection such as this?
Yep, sure. So it's not something that's completed by myself, so, you know, I'll speak to my knowledge of it, but we have a provincial traffic authority that operates out of Halifax. That's the person who regulates traffic authority matters across the province. There's then deputy traffic authorities in each district. So we have one in our district. The individual has retired and come back part-time for a bit, but we also have a posting out for it. So your deputy traffic authority will look at, for an intersection, they'll be looking at things like accident history, sight lines, there's traffic volumes are another key component of it. And I think those are the 3 main variables that they'll look at. And then based on that, they have available tools in the Transportation Association of Canada guidelines that they can have installed at that intersection. So whether that be, you know, some intersections like this one in particular has the large checkerboard sign, and then they can add extra large checkerboard signs. There's a flashing light that could be applicable. There's enlarged stop signs. There's stop ahead signs. So all of those different criteria are tools that they can use to address intersections which have characteristics that don't meet the necessary requirements. But it's primarily, to my understanding, it's accidents, traffic volumes, and sightlines.
Continue.
There was a question about the 90-degree corner near Civic 43838 on Cornwall Road. We have added that to the district traffic supervisor's portfolio as well. Cornwall Road from 4505 to 5226 is in bad condition. We will send a supervisor out to take a look at that and go from there. Same with McKay Road and Union Square, as well as Farmington. There was talks about brush cutting as well, so that kind of all lumps in there. And then Newburn Road, the repairs, there was a question if they are still on schedule to be completed this season. Yes, it is planned to be done this season. It's that section from Cornwall Road to Walburn. So I think that's everything.
Okay, I did have a item that came in since that, and that was well, I've heard about this, the Llewellyn Loop Road. And I know that sometimes these become forgotten spots when roads are realigned and these loops still exist. And I think that it's time to have a look at this road.
We'll send a supervisor out to
If you
take a
would,
look.
please.
Yeah, can you remind me, is it a long road, loop road, or is it one of the shorter diversions?
Yeah, it's quite a good size.
Okay.
But it's, like I said, when 100 series highways go through and they get severed off, sometimes they're forgotten.
Yeah.
And I think this is one of those areas that has become forgotten.
Yeah, for
In
sure.
Middlewood, so
Share
if
it
you
with the
could please have a
supervisors.
look at that.
Yep, certainly.
So I want to thank you again for the quarterly report and coming in here, but there are some dire needs in relation to bush cutting, and I'm hoping that private contractors or something, I think there are some answers here to the problems. And signage, I know that Councillor Hubley raised East Clifford and a few other areas, but this is evident throughout the municipality, that community signs and signs that are in such state of disrepair that you can't read what's on the signs any longer. So I think that a sign program or new revised sign program throughout the province probably is well needed.
Yeah, no, it's, those two items you just listed off are one of those like ongoing battles that we're constantly
Yeah.
dealing with. It's one of those things where, every year we just barely are able to get done what we need to get done. And areas that get affected by weather events or things like that, where it sets us back a construction season, it's a lot to recover from. So we're seeing the same concerns in Chester area from the July floods last year and in Hants County from the July floods last year. And to be honest, I expect to see the same concerns in Kings County next year from the floods that we just experienced gone by. So it really, it's one of those things where, every day we try to make a little bit of headway towards it, and it doesn't take much of an event to set us back to try to recover from.
And I believe there's been some late tenders or some tenders awarded here for some projects that are about to start in our municipality on different roads. I don't know if you could speak to which roads are left. I know you spoke to the Mahone Bay Lunenburg, but I believe there's a piece in Chelsea as well.
Yeah, I guess.
From the Henley Road back to the county line, maybe, that's going to be,
So I would need to refer to my construction
Okay.
team on any specific. One thing I
right.
would say is that our district as a whole, and this area included, has done extremely well with their tenders. So
Yeah.
in terms of getting them out on time, we're vastly ahead of other areas. So while there may still be a few stragglers, for the most part, I props to the construction team because they did a fantastic job getting a program delivered early this year.
okay. Councillor Moore?
Just one quick little snapper before you go, thank you. I've heard multiple times in that conversation over the last 20 minutes, time and resources. Is it that you do not have the people applying for jobs? Is it that you do not have the budget to hire people for jobs? Or is it both?
So we're experiencing staffing challenges in this industry, just like lots of others. We've got a snowplow job fair coming up this weekend for anybody who wants to plow snow this winter.
Oh.
But,
Yeah.
we definitely, the days of posting for a job and having, 30 eligible applicants to sift through are no longer happening. So it's a challenge, and I'm sure it's a similar challenge that everyone's experiencing across the industry right now.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, and look forward, oh, sorry, Councillor Wynot. Almost forgot.
You know, whew, only got 39 days left. On a positive note, I want to thank you very much for the Grim Road, which was very grim for 25 years that I've been traveling. Now it's perfect. I can take my car across. But thank you very much for Grim Road.
All right. So again, thank you, and look forward to seeing you in for the quarterly reports, and welcome Allison in that position.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you. So we have a few minutes. We do have a appeal process that we will be breaking for at 11:30. We do have one item that I'm going to move forward with, and that is the letter from New Germany Volunteer Fire Department, re-intersection at Bars Corner Road and Forties Road. So Councillor Greek, that was in relation to the intersection that we just discussed here. And I believe the ask in that letter was for a letter of support from council to go to the province for some corrections to happen there. Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, actually, can I make a motion, or would you like me to?
Yes, absolutely.
To her honor, Mayor Bolivar Getson and members of council, I move that municipal council write to Kim Maslin, Minister of Public Works, with copies to the local MLAs asking that a flashing light and signage be placed at the intersection where the Bars Corner Road meets the Forties Road in Franny Corner, and further that brush cutting be done to increase visibility of the intersection. And I so move.
So moved by Councillor Greek, seconded by Councillor Wynot. Is there any discussion on this motion? Deputy Mayor Oikel.
Yes, I understand there's a letter, and since they took the time to write the letter, would you be willing to read that to us, please?
Sure.
It is part of our agenda package, but
For the recording and...
Go ahead, Councillor Greek, if you so wish.
We are wishing to bring to the attention of your department, this was sent to Honorable Kim Maslin from the New Germany Fire Department, from our fire chief. We wish to bring to the attention of your department a dangerous highway intersection located where the Bars Corner Road meets the Forties Road in Franny Corner, Lunenburg County. This intersection is within our response area, and we have answered 13 calls for motor vehicle collisions there over the last 5 years, the most recent being July 4th, which resulted in 1 fatality. The common denominator in most of these collisions is the lack of advance warning signs at the top of the hills on the Bars Corner Road and the west side of the Forties Road just before the intersection. Currently, the only warning is a single stop sign at the end of the Bars Corner Road. Drivers who are not familiar with the area come upon the intersection suddenly and are unable to stop in time, especially at night or in bad weather. We feel that most of these collisions could be avoided if some type of all-weather warning, such as a flashing yellow light or advance warning signs, were placed at the top of both hills approaching the intersection. Although this is a remote area, the Bars Corner Road and the Forties Road are frequently used by people traveling between the South Shore and the Valley areas. We respectfully request that this situation be examined and improved as soon as possible to help avoid future incidents. Yours truly, Chief Blair Lance.
So is there any discussion on the motion? Question has been called for. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. It is now 11:25. I'm just looking here to see if there's a 5-minute. I think I am going to go down to, if we don't get through this one, we will continue. 9.2, letter from Town and Country Property Improvements, limited meeting request. And I'll turn it over to our CAO.
Thank you, Mayor. So as included in our agenda package at page 5, we have a request submitted to us by Town and Country and I believe the general manager, Ashley Eisner. And it is with respect to the potential sale of Town and Country to a new owner, And in summary form, the company has asked the municipal council to confirm that any new owner of the company, assuming it's under new management, would be not subject to the past experiences between MODL and Town and Country Improvement. And so to put it in their language, if there were new ownership and new decision makers in place and in good standing themselves with MODL, that new owners could continue to work for MODL under the Town and Country Property Improvements name without bias. We feel new owners should not be penalized for past decisions by past management. With new owners, there should be no risk of recurring problems from previous disagreements, as they do not exist. They point out that the company has been in existence for a number of years. The primary operator, the managing mind behind the company, Mr. Vino, has passed away. His wife is concerned with the employees and their families and provides work and money and input to the community for a lot of people. So they have requested that they have this matter put on our agenda. They have requested that council make that decision. The mayor and I met with Mr. Eisner to discuss the matter. We have a proposed motion. The motion is included in the package of material that was put out. The rationale behind this is we want to try to support, to the extent that we can, the transfer of this long-standing business in the municipality to a new owner. And the current owner has requested that we do this as a means of confirming that the goodwill of the company can continue to exist under the new ownerships, subject to our relationship with whoever the new owner is. So it is something that staff are supporting. The motion that is proposed is that Municipal Council, at the request of Town and Country Improvements Limited, confirm that if there is new ownership and new decision makers in place with Town and Country Improvements Limited, who are in good standing themselves with MODL, the new owners could continue to work for MODL under the Town and Country Improvements Limited name without bias, and further, Municipal Council confirms that the new owners will not be penalized for past decisions by past management. So they would still have to go through our procurement process, and if it's an RFP, they would be scored under an RFP, and if it's a tender, they'd be scored on not only low cost, but best proposal. So we're not suggesting that they would in any way avoid the procurement process, simply that under the new ownership, we would recognize them as new owners and in essence give them a fresh review based upon our involvement with whoever takes ownership of the company. So we see this as a way to support the succession and the transfer of this company to new ownership, and staff's recommending that council approve the motion.
Councillor Staton.
Because of a possible conflict, go to excuse myself.
I think that's probably. Councillor DeLong, would you be prepared to move the motion, please?
Certainly. To Her Honor, Mayor Bolivar Getson and members of council, I move that Municipal Council, at the request of Town and Country Improvements Limited, confirm that if there is new ownership and new decision makers in place with Town and Country Improvements Limited, who are in good standing themselves with MODL, the new owners could continue to work for MODL under the Town and Country Property Improvements Limited name without bias. And further, Municipal Council confirms that the new owners will not be penalized for past decisions by past management. And I so moved.
Moved by Councillor DeLong, seconded by Councillor Bell. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Vino.
Thank you. I have a few concerns that I wanted to bring forward, both from myself and from what I've heard from some residents. The first being a line in the letter that states, Town and Country is making an effort to clean up any and all outstanding issues to give any possible new owners a clean slate to operate from, implying that there has been several issues with the company. And what messages are we sending to other companies who bid, get awarded, and complete the tender as outlined with satisfactory performance? The other thing that stood out is that it's signed off on an Ashley Eisner. Who is Ashley Eisner? Are they a staff person, a lawyer, a secretary? No clue who it is. So I won't be in favor of the motion.
So my understanding is Ashley Eisner is the general manager of the company, and he's written it on behalf of the owner, who is Rita Vino. And we didn't write the letter, so I'm not sure what that reference in the material would be to.
So we are now 11:30. Do we need to break and come back to this?
Yeah, we could go a second or two over.
Okay, so we will continue, but if it turns into a long discussion, we will go to the appeal process, which is scheduled for 11:30. Deputy Mayor Royal.
Yeah, I'm just wondering in the motion if we should have put in those initials, I keep forgetting, like the RFP, rather than continue to work for Modal, that they could bid on work through the RFP process or procurement process, rather than saying continue to work. I'm just asking.
Yeah, so we intentionally used the language from their letter so as not to misconstrue what the request was. But they, like every other company that wants to work with the municipality, would be subject to our procurement tendering policy. So we're not saying they will get any work from MODL, simply that if they apply, and if they're successful, if they apply, we would do a fresh review of their application based on the contents of the application, not taking into account any negative experience that we would have had with previous ownership and previous management.
Supplement, yes, I understand that, but I'm just wondering if saying continue to work for Modal in the motion should say more of what you just said, instead of just continue to work for Modal. Just the wording. Over the past 4
Again,
years,
this
it's
was
been the
their
wording.
ask to us.
Yes, I know
Yeah.
that. I know that, but
Okay.
we're saying that we are in agreement that we won't hold any bias against them. That's what this motion is, for new owners, right? And that the new owners could continue to work for Modal under the Town and Country Property Improvement Limit. I'm just wanting to make sure that the wording isn't going to come back, or that will be miscrewed by others, because we're saying continue to work, rather than saying are able to bid on, to continue to bid on work for Modal under the Town and Country name. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
Yes, so whether or not the motion says it, we tender our work, so we would have to be awarded in order for them to work for us. But if council wants to consider alternate wording, we could put something together quickly, but not likely till after the appeal.
What everybody else feels.
I think I had Councillor Hobley.
I honestly don't think it's necessary to change the wording. I think it's understood the way it's presented.
Any further discussion? Question has been called for. All those in favor? Opposed? Opposed is Councillor Vino. Motion is carried. We will now move down. It is 11:35. And we will be breaking council and completing a site plan appeal for multi-residential development. And in doing that, did you want to speak first to this before I start the actual, or wait here? I can call the appeal.
Yep, did you want to break for a few minutes to get stuff set up, or just go right in?
Okay, we'll just take a couple-minute break to get staff in place here. Good morning, and at this time, the municipality of the District of Lunenburg, Kent Fields Estates Limited, PID number 602-18559, Cornwall Road Blockhouse. This is an appeal agenda, site plan approval, and I will call this to order, and there's going to be some remarks by our CAO.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. So just by way of introduction, because this is an appeal of a decision by the development officer, which is subject to the Municipal Government Act, I'm just going to bring the attention of council, the developer, the appellants, and members of the public to Section 232, Sub 1 of the Municipal Government Act, which is a section of the MGA which deals with site plan approval and the development officer's decision. So that section reads, a development officer shall approve an application for site plan approval unless, A, matters subject to the site plan approval do not meet the criteria set out in the land use bylaw. And for those that want to look, that criteria is outlined at page 37 of the agenda package. So that is included in the report submitted by the development officer. Under section 232, sub 3, council in hearing an appeal concerning a site plan approval may make any decision that the development officer could have made. So council basically has two options. One is to decide that the development officer's decision will be upheld, or that the development officer's decision will not be upheld. So those are the two options that are available for a council decision. The question before council is, does the development meet the criteria set out in the land use bylaw? So I thought it might be helpful just to outline the site plan approval deals with the use of the property. So as you can see in the report that was filed, the developer has submitted a site plan outlining what they are proposing as the development. And that's what was reviewed by the development officer. The use of that property is also subject to provincial approval. So on issues related to water, that is the Department of Environment and not Municipal Council. So because this is serviced by on-site wells, the withdrawal limits and approvals for withdrawal are subject to the Department of Environment and not Municipal Council. Likewise, this property is serviced by on-site septic. That septic approval is done by the Department of Environment and not Municipal Council. The use is also subject to the Department of Public Works for road access, which is not a jurisdiction that Municipal Council has. The construction, if it goes ahead, is subject to the building code and building inspection, and that jurisdiction does rest with the municipality. But at this point, what we're looking at is site plan approval for the proposed use. On the site plan approval process that's in place, as set out in the Blockhouse land use bylaw, so that's the process that was requested by the residents through public engagement at the time of adoption of the land use bylaw. So there was options available to the residents at the time of adopting the Blockhouse land use bylaw, and at that time, the residents through public engagement indicated that they were looking for the least restrictive process, which is site plan approval. The other option that would have been available is development agreement, which is more restrictive and has a much higher element of public engagement. And for those of you that have been following Municipal Council, that is the process that Council has put in place for cluster development under the Cluster Development Land Use Bylaw. So I wanted just to provide that bit of background for Council members, for the appellant, for the development, the person putting forward the development, and for members of the public. And I'll pass it back to Carolyn, the Mayor, to move forward with the rest of the appeal agenda.
Thank you. So this is a site plan appeal hearing, at which time Municipal Council will receive both written and verbal presentations from the appellants concerning a multi-residential development in Blockhouse permitted by site plan approval. At this time, I would ask council members to introduce themselves, and I will start with Councillor Haysom. And please state your name and your district.
Sure. Hi, I'm Letha Haysom, representative for District 1, which is over in Crescent Beach over to the county line, Queens County, and up towards the highway.
Good morning. Councillor Martin Bell, the west side of the LaHave River.
Councillor Wendy Oikle, District 3.
Pam Hubley, District 4, Chelsea, Baker Settlement, yeah. Kathy Moore, District 5.
Carolyn Bolivar Getson, Mayor for the municipality.
Sandra Staton, District 6.
I'm Michelle Greek. I'm counselor for Cornwall up to Franny Corner, Walden over to Barse Corner.
Good morning. I'm Councillor DeLong. I'm the representative for the area, so thank you to everybody who's come today.
Reed Wynot, District 9.
Good morning, I'm Chastity Vino, Counselor District 10, which includes all the communities that surround the town of Lunenburg, and I also have Big and Little Tancook Islands.
So at this time, I will introduce staff. We have Jeff Merrill, Director of Planning and Development Services, Norma Schaefer, Manager of Development, Tom McEwen, our CAO, and Tina Robichaud-Bond, our Acting Municipal Clerk. So we, pardon? Yeah, Norma just coming in. Review of agenda and rules of conduct. The purpose of this hearing is for municipal council to receive comments from the appellants concerning site plan approval of a multi-residential development and blockhouse. The agenda for the meeting is as follows: a staff presentation to review site plan approval process, written submissions and verbal presentations from the appellants and the developer, council questions for clarification, and development officer's closing remarks. When any verbal presentations are made to council, I would ask the following rules of conduct to be followed. State your name and your address. Direct all statements to the chair. And please try to limit your presentations to 10 minutes. So at this time, we will reports and presentations by the development officer, and I would ask Norma Schaefer to make a brief presentation, please. Review of the legislation and notification process.
Yeah.
I guess
Mayor,
Jeff is going to start.
I'm going to do the presentation. Ms. Schaefer will answer any questions that come up. And I apologize if there's some overlap with Tom's comments earlier, but I'll get through some of that, and there may be questions, or we'll address those. Site plan approval was issued by our development officer August 10th, 2024. Part of that process is when a site plan approval gets issued, the development officer has to notify adjacent property owners, so that was done. The development for the application for phase 1 includes 10 apartment buildings with 8 units in each, so could result in up to 80 residential units. So that was, a letter was sent out, and the municipality received 2 appeal letters received by the deadline from adjacent property owners, and those are part of the agenda package today. So the legislative requirements through the, Tom touched on this, I'll just reiterate it as well. The land use bylaw states that residential developments that exceed 4 units are permitted by site plan approval. So 4 units is as of right. You go over that threshold, then it's by site plan approval. It is subject to 50 dwelling units per hectare, and no building can contain more than 12 units. And there's also a list of site plan criteria in the bylaw that it has to be met or be able to be met as part of the development. So when the development officer reviews to determine whether or not the application meets those, is looking at those particular section, so it's 5.2.4A in the land use bylaw. It has to make sure that those criteria can be satisfied. Yeah, so the land use bylaw is set up in accordance with the Municipal Government Act that allows the development officer to grant that site plan approval to make sure that it, assuming it conforms with the bylaw requirement. So no development permit can be issued until that site plan, until a site plan approval appeal period has ended and that it is consistent with other land use bylaw requirements. So the property in question is PID 60218559. So this is near exit 11 on the 103 in Cornwall, on the Cornwall Road in Blockhouse. It is in the rural zone in the Blockhouse land use planning area. The landowner is Kentfield Estates Limited, and Mr. Terry Wynot is the president and has made the application to the municipality. I already mentioned multiple 8-unit apartment buildings on the property in phase 1. Important to note that as part of the building permit application, the landowner will be required to follow all building code requirements, as well as provide confirmation of the on-site septic approval from environment and any traffic studies that may be required by Nova Scotia Public Works. As part of the development officer's review, she has deemed that it meets all the criteria, has been met or will be addressed during construction, and therefore has granted the site plan approval. Part of the site plan approval process, once it's approved, or if it had been refused, notice is given to the property owners within 30 meters of the subject property, outlining the right to appeal. And as mentioned, we received 2 appeal letters. In conclusion, the Municipal Government Act states that where council hears an appeal from a site plan approval, council can make any decision that the development officer could have made. So your options are you can uphold the development officer's decision to approve the site plan approval. So you'd be saying, yes, we agree, it meets the criteria of the land use bylaw. Or 2, would grant the assessed owner's appeal, which would not allow the construction of the phased apartment buildings. And I'll just run through the site plan approval criteria. It's also listed in the agenda. But the criteria that the development officer is looking at is, the development shall be located on the lot, so as to reduce impacts and nuisances on adjacent property owner or adjacent properties. Off-street parking and loading shall be located on the lot in a manner that minimizes traffic hazard, congestion, nuisances, or other impacts on the surrounding properties. The location, width, and number of driveway accesses shall be constructed in a manner to avoid traffic hazards and congestion. The lot shall have direct access onto a street. The type, location, height of walls, fences, hedges, trees, shrubs, ground cover, and other landscaping elements necessary to protect and minimize the land use impact on adjoining lands. Retention of natural vegetation. Any walkways or driveways to be used for pedestrian traffic shall be hard surfaced with stable material to minimize dust blowing onto neighboring properties. Outdoor pedestrian walkways shall be adequately lit. Lighting shall be directed away from the street to eliminate traffic hazards. Waste, compost, and recycling receptacles and other outdoor storage shall be located in the rear or side yard of the property and screened from adjacent properties to reduce the visible impacts. The location of easements, stormwater management plans for the development shall be provided, and the criteria listed in the above clauses shall be maintained in a manner that is acceptable to the surrounding property. So those are the criteria that the development officer is looking at, and in council's decision, those are the criteria that you should evaluate the proposal against. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, review of written submissions by CAO or clerk. 2 appeal letters were received by the deadline. One from Doug Conator. Pardon? And Shaylee and Corbin Langell. Both letters, along with a letter from the developer Terry Wynot, Kent Fields Estates Limited, are included in the agenda package. So everyone around the council table should have received that information. At this time, I would ask if the appellants, if they would like to make a verbal presentation. So is there someone here who would like to make a presentation? And if you could come forward, and again, if you could state your name.
My name is Shaylee Langell.
And your civic address, please.
239 Cornwall Road.
Okay.
So, good morning, everyone. I just want to say I appreciate being given the chance to speak here today. I also want to start out by thanking the municipality for all your hard work to support Lunenburg County. I know it's not an easy job, and I appreciate all the thought, planning, and passion into the work that you do. You guys don't get recognized enough. I also want to thank Councillor Gracie DeLong for being such an amazing help with this appeal process. I'm very grateful for all the time you put into the community. We are very fortunate to have you. Also, I want to take a moment to welcome Mr. Wynot as a fellow neighbor to the Blockhouse community. Thank you for being a help to the South Shore with the current housing issue. I myself am not against housing going into my community. I do believe we need it. My concerns are the environmental and sustainability surrounding the site plan proposed. I'm not someone who specializes in wells, septic fields, an engineer. I'm not a teacher at the school or a nurse working in the hospital or a police officer for me to know the direct impact this development could have in the community. This is where I do believe the community should have been able to talk about their concerns with individuals who are skilled in those trades. And if there were issues that came up, we could discuss how to make things work. So I spoke to the local residents for their guidance in helping me understand the needs of the community. Most residents in the community had concerns with their water table and were closer to the development and the amount of water that would be needed to supply all the 48 apartment buildings, also the wetlands being developed on. Residents feeling like they didn't have the public consultation or being able to have the voice because of no public meeting. Outside this development, not the development itself, is where people's other concerns are. The walking over the overpass with no proper sidewalk, no maintaining along the road for residents in the area or future tenants to be able to access. Traffic at the four-way stop is going to become very congested, and the off-ramp by exit 11. Also, to note, the speed limit currently in that location is 70 kilometers per hour, and it should be lowered to 50 to removing the passing lane. There has been very close calls of people trying to pass as someone's turning over to the collision center or my house. We've been almost hit many times. In our CMP dispatch or more officers in the area with higher populations, it's important that we have the proper emergency resources. There's been a lot of crime in the last year on Cornwall Road, and with us being by the highway, it makes the area an easier target for criminals. We had multiple incidences at Eisner's in the collision center, people smashing vehicles and stealing car parts. The population growth would bring higher levels of traffic in Mahone Bay when parking is currently an issue. To find parking in Mahone Bay currently now, there's no space. And my car recently got sideswiped because of the traffic going through. It's not big enough road for all the cars that could be going into Mahone Bay area. Only one small grocery store in Mahone Bay and Blockhouse gas station gone, it's becoming more difficult to get gas in Mahone Bay. So the lineup and congestion, even with there, if there's more population on a regular basis, there's no way to access any car gas. I spoke to the school board, and we have enough space at Bayview, if we had enough space at Bayview School. And it's capped at 3 to 4 grades and is 150 students away from being at total capacity. They will still take students even with the cap if it's in their district. Unfortunately, that means losing their cafeteria, losing parts of their gym, losing parts of their resource room, and splitting the classes, hiring only one teacher, and it's also they're taking away the library. So everyone has a right to education. That doesn't necessarily mean the quality. The current hospital situation is in crisis, even with the new renovations. The population is increasing in the area more than anticipated. This new renovation may not be large enough to sustain the population growth in the community. Our population growth has increased so much in this given time frame that when they planned the renovations, it wasn't enough to sustain the current population currently coming in. So we're going to lose more on hospital beds. It's going to be lower proper quality of health care, which that's what I was told from multiple nurses in the community, which I understand it's a provincial issue, but it's something to take into consideration. Yes, we need housing, but our infrastructures aren't there yet to support this population increase. Initially, I thought I would need to take this development off and try to convince the council to vote against it in order to make these issues addressed. As I've come to a wider understanding of the issues at hand, I learned that much will need to be addressed by provincial departments. I also want to state, which I didn't put in this, Mahone Bay has a population currently, well, in 2021, of 1,064 residents, with over 1,000 people moving in. That's more than the population currently of Mahone Bay. It could change the zoning in the area, and it will no longer be considered rural. It would be more suburban, and that's going to put an impact on the infrastructure that we have surrounding it. Initially, I thought I would need to take, sorry, I lost my spot. I also come to know the developer a bit better, and he's offered in good faith to do what he can to bring about positive changes in the neighborhood by adding his voice to advocate on our behalf. In interest of both the current and future residents, speaking with the united voice, we may be able to use the influx of new people to strengthen our case that Blockhouse needs better services, infrastructure upgrades, environmental oversight, and the retention of its rural character. Rural character is the main target here, because it's supposed to be a rural zone, and it's not going to be if it's become suburban. As outcomes from this meeting, I would like to meet with the municipality staff to go over the specific items and the Blockhouse secondary planning strategy to better understand if this development meets the proper usages from a planner's vantage. I want to hear more from the community about how to ensure that the municipality is communicating with us as a matter of course, rather than a means to an end or an afterthought. If we aren't satisfied with the level of public engagement, how can we make sure that we're being heard? For example, it would have been nice to have a better understanding of the appeal process. When receiving the letter, there was very little info on the whole process. If it wasn't for Councillor Casey DeLong's guidance, I wouldn't have known what I would be walking into, so I greatly appreciate that. I thought I was originally opposing the concept of the development, not the bylaws qualified for the development. My concerns were the impact of the population increase and the possible environmental concerns, which I now know is a provincial issue. And I felt like there was something else I wanted to address, but I can't remember at this time. And I'd like to establish a local working group of residents of the area to meet with the developer to discover how we can function as a team with the Blockhouse best interests at heart. My husband grew up in Blockhouse all his life, and we're delighted our son can grow up in this wonderful community too. Thank you for your time. Do you have any questions?
So at this time, I would ask if that's the presentation, but for clarification, I will, I guess, at this time, do we do the clarification for each?
You can ask them if you wish as you go.
If there's
I guess.
anything only for clarification from a statement, not a statement yourself, just a clarification. Deputy Mayor Oikle.
So from what you're saying, are you withdrawing your
I would like,
argument against the development? Is that what you're doing at this moment?
I am still opposed to the development for some of my concerns that I listed. But I'm not opposed to all housing of it, it's just the amount of housing. 48 apartment buildings is a lot. It's a lot going in a rural community. If it was a smaller number, if it was more reassurance of how it impacted the water table, I would feel not as opposed to the development. But maybe it's something that we can work towards or figure out as time goes and seeing if it is actually sustainable.
So you're not necessarily opposed to the site plan, how it was done through the proper planning procedure, but rather all the impact and the infrastructure, which, yeah, okay, thank you very much for clarifying that.
Councillor Haysom, clarification.
Thank you. You keep mentioning 48 buildings, and what I'm seeing here is only a reference to Phase 1, which is 8 buildings, 10 buildings with 8 units each. So could you just explain that a little bit more?
I got a map of the full plan site of 48 apartment buildings going in, 8 units per building, and it's supposed to have a well for each apartment building and a septic tank. That's the plan site I received in the mail.
Just as a follow-up to that,
I would refer to our Director of Planning
It's the same plan that's in the agenda.
in the agenda package.
okay. I don't see, I mean, perhaps I'm not looking at the drawing properly, but
It's 4 phases. Phase 1 was the 10, but then it goes all the way to 4, and it's supposed to continue on after Phase 1 is complete.
do you know if there's a timeline for that?
The timeline keeps varying. I was told potentially 10 to 15 years is an estimate.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor DeLong.
Thank you. Is this the moment to ask staff for clarification as well, or just the appellant?
This is the appellant at this point.
Okay, I'm all right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So are there any other appellants here who were notified and would like to speak? We're told that there is not. Is that correct? That were mailed. We are asking staff. Oh,
Yeah, so the letter was received, but we understand that the author of the letter is not in attendance today. But his letter is included in the agenda and should be considered by council as part of the decision-making process.
yeah. So I'm just looking at where I am here. Committee members and assessed owner or applicant discussion. So at this point, does the applicant wish to speak? Is that a yes? Yes. So again, if you would come forward, state your name and your address, direct statements to the chair, and if we could limit your presentation to 10 minutes, that would be great.
My name is Terry Wynot. I live at 111 Bordler Shore Drive in Chester Basin. Good morning, Mayor Bolivar Getson. Welcome back, by the way. Municipal councilors and interested parties. I believe the information, the letter that was sent is included, tells a wee bit about our company and how old we are. One of the things I want to address here this morning is some misinformation that's circulating. On the weekend, I was talking to a gentleman, and he didn't know me. And he said, he was from Blockhouse area. And he said, geez, did you hear the 80-unit building that's being built in Blockhouse? I said, what 80-unit building? I thought it was in competition with someone. But that's the type of information that's out there. If we get the approval to go ahead, we will be building on phase 1 of the development. It will probably, there's 10 building schedule. It will probably take us to build those buildings probably 3 to 4 years. This is not something we're going out and building 8 to 10 units this winter or next spring. We will only be building them as fast as they're being rented up. We're not going to have buildings set there that are idle. Going forward, we also have to have, as previously mentioned, there has to be studies as we're into the project of highways. There will have to be a traffic study done after 80 units. There will have to be some environmental work done for the wells. If there's any questions on the well situation, our engineer is here. He may be able to answer them. Number one, I've talked to the previous lady that spoke, and I think they're concerned that this is going to impact the community greatly. Number one, we're just phasing this over. The whole 48 units will probably not be built in my lifetime. But it's being phased in, and over the course of that next decade plus, we have to get environmental approval going forward with the wells and the traffic study that will eventually have to be done. Again, I want to keep my comments very short here. And I think council, when they're deciding on how they should vote on this particular development, by voting in favor of it, they're doing their small part in helping to solve the provincial and in particular the housing crisis in MODL. Number two, they're increasing their tax base. And any municipality that isn't increasing their tax base, they could be in trouble. It's not a matter of simply raising taxes. You have to increase your tax base. And number three, agreeing with the laws that are on the books for MODL, as well as the Blockhouse land use bylaw that presently exist for this development and which were properly followed by ourselves. Number four, welcoming new good people to the community. Number five, a place for retirees who are thinking of downsizing, a place to live. On the weekend, I had 2 individuals from the Blockhouse area ask me when it's going to be started and when it's going to be complete. They'd like to be a place to move in. They're thinking of downsizing. Thank you. Questions?
Any questions for clarification to the property owner? Councillor Haysom.
Thank you very much. You said post 80 units is when you would have to have the studies done for hydrological and for traffic?
Highways.
Is it just for highways?
Just for highways.
And at what point, what number of units do you need to have that done for wells?
I could have my engineer could answer those questions.
Okay.
Please come forward. I can't get my button to work.
Hello, my name is Peter Snow.
You can actually raise the podium up. You don't have to lean over. It's a button there on it to make the podium higher. There you go.
Thank you.
So sorry, my question was, at what number of units do you have to have a hydrological study, and has that been completed yet, or when would it be triggered?
So they're going to be subject to the same rules as a residential lot in the area. So that's when it goes past the 23,000 liters per day.
Okay, so, per lot, is this one single lot?
Yeah, so it's for the entire development is limited to 23,000 liters per day, same as like a residential lot.
So I assume you will need to have a hydrological study done then?
Once they reach that threshold, yes.
Okay.
Councillor DeLong.
So, sorry, how do you determine when the 23,000 liters are being used per day? Like, what's the mechanism that shows you that?
So I'll do a pre-design flow, which is based on the Atlantic Canada water, wastewater, and water studies. So there's a theoretical number that goes with it, but then each one of these buildings will likely have a meter on it. So we have data from their other buildings of what each one of those uses per day. And then we also have a theoretical, which is 3 times worse than that, which they won't be able to build past that theoretical.
Okay. Can I
Supplementary?
Yeah. What are you doing to ensure that sewage, septic won't be seeping into the water table, because there's a lot of septic systems going back there?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've been out and looked at the soil, and we've dug test pits. So we have evaluated the soil that's on site, and I'm designing septic systems that are far away from the water table that meet all of the on-site septic regulations. And I think right now they're considering actually going to advanced treatment units, even though they don't have to, which is a better treatment system and is more protective to the environment.
Councillor Greek.
It goes along with my question goes along with Councillor Haysen's question. So are there any studies on the water table done before you build?
Not before they pass that threshold.
So again, those are environmental regulations that are set out under the Environment Act. Councillor Haysom?
Thank you. For the site plan approval under section 5.2.4, one of the requirements is a stormwater management plan. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, absolutely. So I completed the stormwater management plan, which I believe you have. Do you guys have access to? No, it wasn't. Okay, perfect. So there is a stormwater management plan. The basis of the plan is that we are not able to exceed the pre-development flows in post-development conditions. So if, as of today, in that field's condition, it is running off 200 liters per second, once this full development is done, it must be at or less than 200 liters per second leaving that site. And we've achieved that with 2 fairly large retention ponds in this site.
Councillor DeLong.
Thanks. So given that there are currently residents experiencing dry wells in the area, are you confident that this won't damage the water table, the aquifer? It's worrisome to me that we're going to be putting all these wells in if there's already people who have dry wells in the area.
I guess I'm not going to speak on that. That's Nova Scotia Environment's jurisdiction. I know looking at well data in the area for the drilled wells, which this site would be, there is good flow in the surrounding areas up to, I believe, 16 gallons per minute. But I'm not going to speak on Nova Scotia Environment's aquifer amounts and tables.
Are there any other councillors who have questions for clarification to the developer? If not, I thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. The other person who put in an appeal letter, one of their large concerns was with the second driveway access that I think is supposed to be completed in phase 3. Can you speak to how traffic will flow in and out of the development, and how that will impact the residents in the area?
I don't think the final, it all depends on what highways want. they may want a second access coming out and entrance going in, or they may just have it as an emergency entrance. No, I can't tell you that. Peter?
No, it's the same.
Thank you. So I'd ask if there are some closing remarks from staff to review council's options.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of council. Yeah, just to reiterate, the application was received and reviewed against the Blockhouse Land Use Bylaw. I have issued the site plan approval letter, at which time there was the notice of notification provided for residents to appeal if they so wished. Now that the appeal timeframe has happened and we're before council, council is required to make a decision to either agree with my review of the land use bylaw and determine that the application meets requirements and approve my site plan that was issued, or council can also agree with the assessed landowner appeals, which would not allow the development to go forward.
So council's options is to grant the appeal, and that would happen during the council meeting, is that correct? Yes. So, for clarification, go ahead.
So yeah, if I'm to vote simply on whether the criteria for the secondary planning strategy has been followed, then yes, I know how I need to vote. But that said, there is a wide range of viewpoints in the area on this proposed development. Many are questioning why there hasn't been a wider reach in communications from the municipality. Can you speak to how the 30-meter requirement framed in the original planning document for Blockhouse was reached? And what the rationale for not supporting wider public engagement is?
Okay, so the Blockhouse land use bylaw, when it was created, did not specify a specific notification area, so it falls back to the Municipal Government Act's notification of 30 meters. During any future review of any land use bylaw, council can increase that notification if they so choose.
So where Blockhouse has a planning document and did not specify, it automatically flows back to the MGA?
Yeah, the clause at the first of the bylaw indicates
And that is the 30 meter?
Yes.
Correct. Councillor DeLong.
Thank you. So if there is a wish for wider public consultation on matters like these, is this something that should go back to the Planning Advisory Committee or the Blockhouse Area Advisory Committee?
Just so I understand your question, matters as in changing the notification period, or matters as in this type of development?
I suppose both. You know, I think we're kind of past it in this scenario, but should anything like this happen in the future, if the residents of Blockhouse wish to re-examine how the municipality engages in public consultation, what would the mechanism be for that?
Yeah, so if you want to change how things are dealt with, the Blockhouse land use bylaw could be amended to change, the process that's in there. Currently right now, as everyone's aware, it is a site plan approval process, and that was put in there, through community consultation when that document was last reviewed and adopted. There's also, council has currently on the books a proposed cluster development regulations, which this development does not, is grandfathered because their application came in prior to that coming into place. But those development, or those cluster development regulations require development agreements for cluster development. So any lots that are, or any developments that are 6 or more structures and 2 or more buildings would require a development agreement. That is currently proposed. Council hasn't done a public hearing for that just yet, but that is in place. As far as any of the change in the timelines, again, that's an amendment to add that into the planning document. Council is going through a process currently to implement land use planning throughout the entire municipality. That's our project called MODL 2040. And that can be something that council looks at, the notification period under that and applies the notification consistently across the entire municipality, as opposed to doing a piecemeal. There are other areas in the municipality that do have secondary planning areas, and they do have areas that are larger notification period than 30 meters.
Thank you.
I have two other speakers.
Could I make a very quick comment?
Very quick, because we have two others
I
that would
understand.
like to speak.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the explanation. And just to any residents here today and any listening, if you have any questions for me or any suggestions, please get in touch.
Councillor Hubley.
Thank you. So we've had a lot of discussion today. I would like Norma or Jeff to clarify, what are we to consider today? What is our responsibility as the municipal councilors? Yeah, pardon me? Oh, okay. Yeah, if you could just clarify what we are considering today, because I do realize that the medical, the well and septic, they're provincial. I just want to, if you could clarify that.
Yep, absolutely. So when the application was received, it is reviewed as a site plan approval, which in the Blockhouse land use bylaw, there's specific criteria that needs to be met as part of that application. I had determined through my review that that criteria was all met, so therefore issued the approval. Council's responsibility today is to determine whether or not I erred in reviewing that criteria and missed something. So council can make the same decisions that I did. Either the application meets criteria and therefore is granted, or refuse it.
And by criteria, you're referring to what's set out in the
In the
land use,
bylaw.
blockhouse land use
Yes.
policy.
Yes, absolutely. There are
Yes.
various comments been made, absolutely, that cover some provincial regulations as
Yeah.
well. The developer, as part of any application, when he applies for the building permit, he does have to still provide confirmation of septic, approval from Department of Transportation. So there are other permits that will accompany a building permit application. He's only applied for the development component right now. So this is the first tick box in many that he has to fulfill.
Councillor Haysom.
Thank you very much. Just to touch on that, I think what ends up happening is one person checks a box and everyone else just checks a box, and that's why sometimes there's concern about that. I do understand the division between municipal and provincial. My question is actually in regards to something that was raised earlier today about wetland and a water course that's on this property. Can you speak to that and how that's been incorporated into the site plan, or what consideration it's been given? Recognizing, of course, that wetlands exist that the province doesn't recognize, and the province recognizes wetlands that are no longer in existence. So if there has been that site visit, could you please speak to that?
Yeah, so I have not myself done a site visit. Based on the plan that was submitted by the engineer, they do indicate that there is an area identified as a wetland, but it is subject to delineation. So my understanding, they will be having the wetland delineated on the property, and I have not been told they are doing any alteration to that, but if they did, it would be through Nova Scotia Environment's regulations that would come into play.
Supplementary, Councillor Haysom.
Thank you so much. So that delineation, does that need to take place, first of all, I assume by an authorized body to do so, but does that need to take place before the site plan is approved, before a building permit is issued? At what point does that delineation come into play, if
So-
it's relevant?
Yeah, it's not relevant in this particular situation because our mapping does not show the wetland. The landowners have identified there is a wet area on the property that they will be reviewing. So,
And for clarification, how big is this parcel of land, this lot size, for the proposed development of the 48 units, I believe is the total plan? Is this 5 acres or?
No, it's larger. I don't want to quote the acreage without looking.
I
Just
guess
one second, please.
I just want to get for clarification, how big this parcel of land is. I believe our owner in the back has that answer.
Has that answer.
70 acres, 70. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Greek.
Looking at the map, the back side of it touches on Long Hill. Does it ever cross municipal boundaries, or is it all within MODL, or does it cross over into the town of Mahone Bay?
Yeah, no, it's within our jurisdiction.
Okay.
It's
The
within
entire
MODL?
property?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So if there are not any further debate or discussion, council will make a decision. I cannot allow people from the public to speak at an appeal process unless you are one of the appellants, correct? Yes. Are you?
Not one of the appellants, one of the within 30-meter property owners. I didn't submit an official appeal, although I did, I said a comment.
I'm,
I think it's an important comment for you to consider just before you make the final decision.
well, the decision will not be made here. According to the rules of conduct, I'm told that I am not allowed to do that. I have a lawyer sitting on side of me. And that's what I'm told. If you would like to pass that on afterwards to anyone, that's entirely up to you. But during the process, it is not allowed. So at this time, I would now declare the appeal hearing closed. And when we resume, we will be coming back to council, and this item will be on the agenda. But there will be a break. A 1-hour break, so at 1:35, people should be back in their seats.
Continuing with 11, the appeal.
We're going
right?
with the appeal, yeah. Welcome back to our council meeting. We are going to continue with 11.3.1, Site Plan Appeal, Multi-Residential Development. And I don't know if we need an update on this at this time. We do have an option, but I will go to staff to maybe bring us back on track to where we are here for council's decision.
Sure. So as discussed earlier in the agenda during the appeal hearing itself, council can make any decision that the development officer could have made. So your decision today, you have two options. You can uphold the development officer's decision to approve the site plan. So that would say it meets the criteria that's in the land use bylaw. That meets those site plan approval. If you think that it doesn't meet the site plan approval criteria, you can grant the assessed owners that appealed. So you would overturn the development officer's decision to refuse the site plan approval, which would mean the construction of the phased apartment building and development would not be able to go forward.
At this time, I would ask Councillor Hubley if she'd be prepared to move 11.3.1, Site Plan Appeal, Multi-Residential Development.
Yes, thank you. To Her Honor Mayor Bolivar Getson and members of council, I move that municipal council uphold the development officer's decision to approve the site plan issued on August 10th, 2024 for a phased development on the Cornwall Road, Blockhouse PID 602-18559, as per the Blockhouse Land Use Bylaw, and I so move.
Moved by Councillor Hubley, seconded by Councillor Vino. Discussion on the motion. Councillor DeLong.
Thank you. Excuse me. So, given that the matter that we're voting on is whether or not Ms. Schaefer acted in accordance with the Blockhouse Land Use Bylaws, I will be supporting the motion, but I do want to recognize the hard work of all the residents trying to understand what's going on in their community and trying to ensure that the community will be a more livable place for themselves and for future residents. So thank you to everybody who's taken part in this discussion with me.
Councillor Haysom.
Thank you very much. Contrary to popular belief, I'm not actually anti-development. I know, shocking. I really do recognize the need for housing in our community, but specifically affordable and accessible, like financially accessible housing. I don't actually see that reflected here in this plan, but that's an aside. What I have been saying around this table for the last 4 years is that when it comes to development programs and development plans, what we need is better communication. And this isn't a reflection on Mr. Wynot, and it isn't a reflection on our planning department or us as councillors. It is a reflection on the policies and the processes that are currently in place. And I know that we are working to try and address some of those through land use planning and changes with MODL 2040, cluster developments, et cetera. But what keeps coming up over and over again is residents saying, we don't have any say, we don't have any opportunity for feedback, we don't have a chance to raise some of the issues or the concerns that we have. More and more I'm aware of NIMBYism. And I don't think that that's what's going on here necessarily, but what I do see is that we can avoid so much of that by fostering some open communication. And I know that the municipality can play a role in that. We might get put off at the thought of red tape by having to communicate more, but that is exactly what will help communities make the right decisions, will help developers respond, it is what will build good neighbors and good neighborhoods. So based on what's in front of us here today, I can vote in support. I do have concerns about wetland delineation, I have concerns about stormwater runoff, and I also have a degree of faith in listening to the developer and the community that those issues are going to be addressed by the community and as a community, because there is good faith there. But I think it just needs to be on the record once again that it is the communication piece that will prevent these sorts of conflicts from happening. Thank you.
Councillor Wynot.
Yeah, just as a point, there is no relation with the owner. I'm the good Wynot, he's the opposite.
Councillor DeLong.
No, I just want to echo what I'm hearing from the other side of the table over there. We need to be better communicators. This is the thin edge of the wedge for how development is going to happen in our community. And frankly, we're lucky that we have somebody local who cares about the community, who wants to interact with the residents, rather than some offshore developer coming in here and scooping up land, which can happen. So we need to be better at communication. We need to be better at listening to our residents.
I guess I would also like to say that this is one of the areas that Blockhouse actually has a land use planning strategy. And this is a plan that the community has put in place for their area. Maybe not all are aware of the land use planning document and how it operates, but the time that it was put in place, this is what they agreed to, and council endorsed the community's plan. And having said that, our decision today is to make sure that staff looked at that plan and made sure that the developer adhered to what is in there. And I do not see any reason not to support this development based on the decision that is before us today. There was a lot of questions raised around provincial items this morning. Again, that is not our jurisdiction. There is processes in place for wetlands, for the septic, for the wells, for all those things. And as a developer, I'm sure they understand that, as they have developed many buildings. So is there any further discussion? Councillor DeLong.
Thank you. Last one, I promise. I think that the residents, you know, having done research, having looked at the issues present, they understand that it's not our jurisdiction, but I think that they would be more comfortable knowing that we are backing them, that we are advocating on their behalf, that we are making inroads with the province and trying to address infrastructure upgrades that need to happen. And I think that, you know, they want to work with us, so hopefully we'll be able to reach back to them.
Okay. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. We will now go back in our agenda. I've got to get my page. To 7.1, award of RFP 2024-01-403, watershed gap analysis and data collection. And we have this is through our Director of Engineering?
Nope, that's...
Director of Planning.
That's me.
Okay, Jeff.
Find my notes. All right, so we have a evaluation committee that's making a recommendation to council to award the watershed gap analysis and data collection to Dillon Consulting. Just a little bit about the background. So one of the tools that municipalities have to protect public safety is the development of flood maps, municipal planning strategies and land use bylaws, can be tools used to control the type of development and where that takes place within flood-prone areas. The Municipal Government Act put in place some statements of provincial interest back in 1999. One of those deals with flood risk, and they've set some minimum criteria for the planning documents. More recently, the province created a municipal floodline mapping program, which creates a set of standards that apply across the province. So when you create flood mapping, it's the criteria, so there's consistency across how that gets done. Ultimately, the province's goal is to ensure that all municipalities are applying the statement of provincial interest on flood risk in areas that are likely to flood. As part of that, as council is aware, the province gave us a grant of $500,000 to do the floodline mapping program. That is 100%, so there's no municipal funds as part of that grant. So they're funding 100% of the project. The municipality issued a request for proposal to conduct a watershed gap analysis and to collect some additional watershed information, some additional data. We received 3 proposals by the deadline, and our evaluation team, which includes myself, Reed Shepard, and Daniel Bryce. He's a senior planner leading the floodline mapping project with Municipal Affairs and Housing. We reviewed those. Dillon Consulting came out with the highest score of 87.3. They excelled in experience in project planning. They've completed similar projects in Annapolis and in the Minas Basin area using the municipal floodline mapping program standards. They also had a good plan for collecting additional bathymetric data, so that's measuring the bottoms of lakes and rivers beds, and a good plan to install additional equipment to monitor flows and rainfall and water levels. Stantec came in at 70.6. They had strength in proposed resources, but they lacked in the project extent area. And Water's Edge was the third one received. They came in at the lowest score at 65.1. They had a lesser defined plan for the installing the monitoring equipment, and they had a more limited project extent. The budget implications, as mentioned, it's $500,000 fully funded by Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing. The overall budget, this cost comes in under budget. The evaluation team has reached a consensus that Dillon Consulting offers the best value to the municipality and is therefore recommending Dillon Consulting.
Question for clarification before the motion? Deputy Mayor Royko.
I just wanted to know, is Dillon Consulting going to have boots on the ground? So it does say they're going to install monitoring equipment, but besides installing it, are they actually going to go see sites and see everything? And are they going to be talking to residents to know the history of the area and things like that?
So yes to the first part, no to the second part. So council was very clear when we accepted the $500,000 that we did not want, at this point, we did not want to have the additional public engagement component to that. That will have to be done in a future phase. But as far as boots on the ground, yes, there will be boots on the ground. And I can, there was a public input earlier today that talked about the survey of like DOT. So there will be boots on the ground, people out surveying bridges, culverts. And the reason they're doing that, just to address the public feedback is the data is not complete, so there are some bridge profiles, some culverts that we have from the province, but it's not complete. So the proponent will have to go out and collect additional information because that information is not currently available. So, but yes, there will be boots on the ground. There will be boats in lakes and rivers collecting bathymetric. So this is a data collection. They'll also install equipment to measure water levels. And Dylan had, I think, 10 months. So those that equipment will be installed over a 10-month, well, for a 10-month period of time.
Councillor
A follow-up, if I may, just for a second. So the remainder of the $5 million that the province has given us, are we going to be using that then to eventually do?
That was 500,000.
Oh, 500, $500,000, sorry. Whatever, $500,000, sorry. The remainder of the money between this price and $500,000, will we be using that money then to eventually do consultation with the public?
Yeah, so a future part of, under the municipal floodline mapping guidelines that the province created, it does have a requirement for public engagement. So things like talking to the residents and, hey, where did it flood? You know, show me on your property where there's past floods, collecting photos, that type of stuff, collecting some of that local knowledge. That is part of that guide, and that would be done. I did follow up with Municipal Affairs and asked, like, are you going to be asking for the money back? But said no, what will happen is we'd be able to use that for a future project dealing with the floodline mapping.
Councillor Stanton.
Thank you. Question for Jeff, please. The wetlands that's designated by the province, is that what's going to be studied here, or are they going into anything that we or they think is a wetland? And when I'm asking this, I'm asking about, we have a lot of lakes in Lunenburg County, and around those lakes is a lot of swamp places, but they haven't been designated as wetlands by the province. So is that something you see happening here, or is it just the wetlands that's designated by the province?
Yeah, I don't think there will be delineating wetlands under this project. This is more like when you build a flood model, there's a lot of impedances. So when the water flows, you need to know, like, how big is that bridge? How much water can flow through there? What does the bottom of the lake or river look like? You know, what are the sizes and what are the elevations of the inlet and outlet of the culverts, and what type of material are the culverts? Because all that stuff impacts the flow. So it'll be collecting that data that will be used to improve the flow model. But they won't be going to delineate wetlands.
Continue.
Thank you. So the study that we're doing, or that we're commissioning, is this studying only municipal properties, or is this studying provincial properties?
So the approach will be a tiered approach. So the consultant will identify areas that are at high, medium, low, and high areas will be like there's infrastructure, there's the density of development will be the highest priority areas. So that will have the highest focus on data collection, and then there will be medium and low, but it applies to like our lakes and rivers is not property based.
So it'll be mostly provincial properties. If it's lakes and rivers, the province or the Department of Environment, which is the province, regulate what happens or where the infrastructure goes on those areas. So this will mostly involve provincial properties, because if you're looking at municipal properties, we have some roads, but we don't have maybe a few bridges, but what else would you be looking at that would affect municipal properties?
Yeah,
I guess
so.
I'm a little confused.
Yeah, so it's, if there, could be provincial road, could be municipal road. One of the first steps is to complete a watershed gap analysis to find out, like, where are the gaps in the data that we have? What areas do they actually need to focus on? So there could be areas that, now we do have municipal roads, but compared to the amount of provincial roadways there are, we have very low amount of municipal roads. But there could be, if we don't have proper data on our municipal roads for culverts, sizing and type and material elevations, that they will look at that and they'll collect that information, whether it's municipal or a provincial road.
The reason I'm asking is along the Pine Grove Road by, I think it's Chippy Lane, there's been flooding and it's been an issue for a long time, and the Provincial Department of Transportation put a culvert in, and so did the municipality. But that's still flooding the properties along the Pine Grove Road. The residents are blaming municipality, looking for help, because the province says it's not our problem. So will they be looking at something like that to see if the infrastructure along that Pine Grove Road, or what we have on Jippy Lane, where several people had their basements flooded, will they be looking at that as a designation to say, well, it's not the proper infrastructure, or this is what you should do? Is that something that we'd be looking at? Because I've dealt with this for the last 4 years, and you get absolutely nowhere because one department is saying it's the other one's problem, and you just kind of throw your hands up in the air and say, whatever.
Right. So that issue is not within the scope of this project. So this project, if the data's not there, as in like, if it hasn't been properly surveyed, so we understand the size of that culvert and that passing under the roadway, that would be collected. But it's not determining at this stage whether or not that's appropriate infrastructure or not. Their focus is on data collection of, we know that there's several culverts and bridges that we don't know the sizes, the locations, the material, the elevations, and so we'll be collecting that as part of this project, and as well as putting equipment in to measure like water levels and like measure the rainfall. So it's more of a data collection than, I think your issue is beyond the scope of this project.
What's the data going to be used for?
This will be so the municipality will be required to do flood line mapping. And so this is data collection that will improve the model. So when we do our future floodline mapping, we'll have better data than what we had last time.
Thank you, Jeff.
Councillor Vino.
Thank you. My question was around whether this data was going to be used for floodline for the project that we abandoned back in 2022, 2023. So I'm glad to hear that we will have better data when we go back, when the Council of the Day goes back to that project.
I'm not seeing any further hands. I would ask if Councillor Bell would be prepared to move that motion, please.
To Her Honor, Mayor Bolivar Getson and members of council, I move that Municipal Council award RFP 2024-01-403 watershed gap analysis and data collection to Dillon Consulting Limited in the amount of $354,214.20 plus HST. I so move.
Moved by Counselor Bell. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Counselor Moore. Discussion on the motion. Question has been called for. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. I'm going to skip down. We have some items on here, and I want to make sure that there's people here for them, so something may have to be carried over based on the timeline. We'll see. I'm going to go to the J-Class Road paving priorities, 11.4.1. And as people are aware, we do have a J-Class policy. And typically how that policy works, off the top of my mind here, is that roads are placed on the J-Class planning based on a priority-setting process that was undertaken some years ago. And that was based on everything from traffic flow to condition of roads to businesses, everything else that may factor into prioritizing where these roads fell at that time. We have put several roads on a list. We submit those roads to the province. This year, we were unsuccessful in getting any roads taken off our list. They did continue with a road that was delayed from the prior years that they didn't have the capacity to do, but we didn't get any new roads. So what happens is the list that is there, they automatically stay on for the next year. And what's supposed to happen is that whatever those roads are that's coming up behind is placed on that list. But I'll turn it over to our Director of Engineering now to correct all my...
Yeah, that was a good report. Yes, in 2023, the J-Class road that was actually done was the Point Road, and that was actually carried over. It was done this year, and there was none done in this current fiscal year. And therefore all the roads are going to be carried forward. Budget implications: the 5-year MODL financial strategy includes $700,000, including net to HST for the year 2025-26 capital budget for J-Class road improvements. So we have $700,000 carried in the budget for this. And the recommendation is that the council authorize staff to submit to the Nova Scotia Department of Public Works the following roads as J-Class road paving priorities. And this is, again, like the mayor said, is the list carried forward. So first is the Darby's Head Road, 0.45 kilometers. St. Augustine's Road at 0.13 kilometers. Riverside Heights at 0.1 kilometer. Freeman Crescent at 0.37 kilometers, Riverview Drive at 0.18 kilometer, and the Church Road at 0.25 kilometers.
And for clarification, can you tell us where these roads are located and how many are in a group of roads for a specific area?
Some are on, we'd normally split them on east and west side of the river.
So Darby's Head would be in Councillor Vino's. And we were hoping that that would have been done with the Point Road when it was done the last time, but it did not happen. St. Augustine's Road is Conquerall, am I right there? Conquerall Bank? And Riverside Heights is that same area? Freeman?
Number two to 5 are within 500 feet of each other.
Okay, that was my knowledge. And Church Road?
Is in Pleasantville.
And is Church Road was added last year or this year? Has there been any new ones added to the list?
We haven't added any for a couple of years now.
And what would be, do we know the roads that would be coming up after that based on the criteria that we have in place?
We haven't, we do have that list. It hasn't really been evaluated lately, but we haven't, with only one road in the last 2 years, we haven't really gone looking for any more.
$2 million does not go far in the pot of money that the province has allocated for J-Class roads across the province. We all know how much it actually costs to pave a kilometer of roads, and this isn't even in the ballpark anymore. I'll turn it over. Councillor Staton, you had asked. to speak to this early on, so I
Thank you.
recognize you.
How long ago since we reviewed the list?
I think it was probably about 3-4 years ago when the council first was elected. I think that's the first year we did a lot of education around this whole program, and that's,
And that's what I remember
Yeah.
from way back then. So is it possible that this list will be reviewed at the next council?
I
would
would say
think.
that would be
So,
appropriate.
Okay.
Yeah.
With that in mind, I would like to add a road that I've been asked to put on the list, if I might. Or do we wait until the next council and have whoever's representing the area add it to their list?
So I guess my comment would be, are you asking to put it on this list going forward? Because that would be jumping the queue of all the other ones that are in
Well-
there.
Well, yeah, but we don't know what Department of Transportation's gonna choose to do. It's up to them which roads they choose to do, is it not? Just because it's on this list doesn't mean that they're
It
gonna
does,
choose
it
to
does
do it.
from a J-Class road perspective, because we're 50/50 cost sharing in that.
But they come back and tell us which roads they're doing. We just give them the list, and then they come back and say, I'm doing this, this, and this, or we can do this, this, and this. Is that not the way it works?
Yeah,
That's my
right.
understanding of
We give
how it
them
works.
We give them our preferences, and then they have their own preferences.
Exactly,
and they-
exactly.
Yeah.
But we've never not, except for this year, gotten a road that has not been on our list.
But they sometimes have different priorities than we
Yes,
have.
as to the placement
Yeah.
of which one. They can
Well-
jump around in the order.
Well, that's it. If it's not
Yeah.
on the list, it's not gonna be considered. And
No,
that's
that is-
my-
that is
that's
correct.
my- That's my concern, that it won't be considered until the next council reviews the list. And that's when it may or may not get added, according to how convincing you might be.
But I guess I'm looking at council around the table, and I'm sure that everybody's hand is going to go up here for a
Well-
road to be added to the
And
list.
that's the scary part, so that's why I'm asking how you'd like to see this done, because I can certainly pass it on to whoever is going to fill this chair.
I really believe that we have a policy in place on how we choose the roads right now. The next council will be sitting down, I'm sure, and looking at the priority to make sure that it still meets the needs of the process that is set in place.
Then-
To try to put roads on a list here today,
You better get more paper.
I need more paper.
No, that's fine, and that's what I needed to know, because that's
Yeah.
exactly what I told the people that
Yeah.
ask. And I just wanted to confirm and
But
give
if you would like
give
to
it a
say the
whirl.
name of the road, at least it would be on the record for the resident that raised
Okay,
it for you.
It's Robot and Delcon in Pine Grove, okay? ROBART,
And those are provincial roads?
the J-class roads.
Okay.
The J-class.
Provincial roads.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any further discussion? Councillor Vino?
I feel like I know this topic really good because I email Jamie and Stephen so often on J-Class roads, but it was November 2020 when we all got together and
Yeah.
engineering presented a list of all of the roads with their paving points, and then we got to speak up to say yay or nay for the ones in our area, and they've kind of just been going through. I know I certainly have, like I could tell you where in the list other roads are in my district and let people know they're there, but it has to go up. So I completely agree that the new council should get together, review those roads. I still think the top ones are priority. They haven't gotten any better, but that would be the chance for any councillors to speak up and say, well, actually, this road, in my opinion, is worse and should be on the list higher.
Councillor Moore, I apologize. She was before Councillor Vino.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Okay. I think the list is stupid, and I must say that, because right now, we have got 78 kilometers of J-Class roads that we need to take care of, or the promise needs to take care of. And then when they pick one, it's 50-50 cost share. And we all know what their budget is. We all know what paving is costing this day and age. There's no way that the way things are going, that these roads are gonna get paved. There's just no way. And it's not fair. It's not fair to have certain roads that apparently fit the criteria which I'm pretty sure by now they all fit the criteria. And the fact is, I think every road, every J-class road should be on the list. There's nothing here north of the 103. And I would like to see every J-class road put on the list. I would like to see a letter written to the province saying they need to increase their budget because these roads are going by the wayside. Right now, when they grade them, they're grading slate. There's nothing there to grade. They'll grade it, they'll bring it in from the outside, it fills some of the holes, it rains, washes to the outside again. It's pathetic, and what I hear on is, we pay our taxes, we want this road is a J-class road, yes, it's a provincial road, but we have the opportunity here to help. If they would increase their budget, maybe we could increase ours.
So I'm going to agree and disagree here.
Good.
Because J-class roads is a category. J-class road is something that was done back in 1995 with Service Exchange. And they were given a nice title of J-class roads, and municipalities were, it had to balance out. At Service Exchange at that point, it had to be an equal exchange. The municipalities didn't want some services, and they exchanged them for other services so that at the end of the day, it was a level playing field. The municipalities didn't end up owing more money than the province. In the last Service Exchange, roads was on the agenda, and other municipalities didn't like what was there. So it was removed from Service Exchange. Service Exchange, there are a lot more roads that I would like to see paved than these dead ends roads that are on here because they have a classification of J-class. It could be, I'm going to say, the Simone Road. It could be roads that have a lot more traffic and a lot more need than these dead end 1.8, 1 point whatever, and I'm not picking on any particular one. It's just that if you ask me what road in the municipality should be paved right now, that's a dirt road, it wouldn't be any of the ones that are probably in a J-class category. Like, yes, there may be some there somewhere, but I'm saying there are a lot of roads that have so much more traffic on them than what we're actually talking about here. So this is the program that the province has left in place. Is it properly funded? Absolutely not, not even close. And for those, when you look at how much the budget has increased and some of the things that has happened here, well, look at the cost of what everything has gone up in relation to a kilometer of road or a wastewater treatment facility upgrades or anything that we're doing. It is just unbelievable how the tenders are coming in for these things. So I guess there has been a lot of changes in the last few years. There's been a lot of escalating costs, but the province themselves couldn't even meet half of their demands that they had this year through a $2 million pot of money. So I think the J-class road, it definitely is something that is still on the Service Exchange list in the Schedule A that needs to be addressed. And it definitely does need to be looked at because this isn't the solution. But as of right now, this is what we have. So the best that we can do is to follow our policy for now and to put the road names forward for this fiscal. Then it gets reevaluated after a new council, and then we go from there. So, like I said, is it perfect? Not even close, but it is the program that we have. Councillor Vino.
Just one final question with that. A recommendation that I'd like to see when council comes back to look at these J-class roads is to involve the MLA. Because as a councillor, I've been thrown under the bus as residents were told that, well, your municipal council has to recommend the road. I can't recommend all my roads because it's a process, and I sit around a table with 10 other people who are all fighting for roads in their district. So the implementation there of them not saying, well, if they don't tell us, which is why I like Councillor Moore's point of, these are all the roads, and they're on there, because
But
otherwise.
that was an
yeah.
easy answer this
Right?
time, Chastity,
Yeah.
because we didn't get
Yeah.
any roads this year. So the province did not put any money into MODL for J-class roads this year.
Yeah.
So. Further discussion? If not, are we ready for the question?
Hasn't been read yet.
Question of the motion. And I would ask Councillor Bell if he would be prepared to move that motion.
Thank you. To Her Honor Mayor Bolivar Getson and members of council, I move that municipal council authorize the staff to submit the following roads as J-class road paving priorities to the Nova Scotia Department of Public Works in this order. 1, Darby's Head Road. 2, St. Augustine's Road. 3, Riverside Heights. 4, Freeman Crescent. 5, Riverview Drive. 6, Church Road. And I so move.
Moved by Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Vino. Any further discussion on the motion?
Question?
Question called for. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. And I'd like to go to 11.3.3. I'm trying to get the priorities on the agenda to start with here that needs to be addressed. Housing Accelerator Fund application. Are you speaking? Jeff. And as you know, we did apply to the Housing Accelerator Fund and was declined on the first application. This is a second kick at the can. They've opened it up again, and this needs to go through in order for hopefully us to access money for all those wastewater treatment upgrades that are required. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. So the Housing Accelerator Fund is administered by CMHC. They've got a short window, so mid-July, I think the 15th of July, they announced round 2, and the deadline is the 13th of September, so in 3 days' time. So we did put a staff project team together, Tom, Reed, Dave, Amy, and myself. We've got an application that is nearing completion. Part of our application, we do need a motion from council. That's why we're here today. The purpose of the Housing Accelerator Fund is to remove barriers, to encourage local initiatives to build more homes faster, so to help boost housing supply while supporting supportable, diverse, and climate-resilient communities. This round 1 was $4 billion. Round 2 is $400 million in available funds. Only applicants who weren't approved in the last round are able to apply, so we're only within, there's no new competitors, I guess. CMHC has also released 10 housing best practices for half. So they basically say, here's 10 things that we're looking for. When you do your application, hint, hint, look at these 10 and tie all of your initiatives have to be tied back to one or more of those 10 best practices. So we are required to do 7 initiatives because we're considered a large municipality. The threshold is population of 10,000, so we're over 10,000 population. So we have to do 7 initiatives. So we've prepared that following our 7 initiatives following half best practices. With the half incentive, as our application currently is, we'd incentivize approximately 478 units. We're looking at roughly 16.9 million possible in funding, although CMHC said you should look at comparable municipalities that were already funded in Nova Scotia, so similar size and population. So we looked at like East Hants, Kings. East Hants was 5.8, Kings was 6 million, Chester was 2, Lunenburg 1.1. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is, even though our application might be 16.9, I wouldn't expect that we would get $16.9 million. They're likely going to bump us down around maybe a 6 million or maybe in 10 million, who knows. Anyway, the projects, I should note that any of the project initiatives, all of these initiatives, like, still have to come back to council. So you're not approving like, hey, we're going to do this initiative. You're approving today to say, submit an application with these initiatives in it that meet the 10 best practices of CMHC. If any budget spending, all still has to come back and be approved through your budget process. Programs all have to be developed through council and approved. So it's not like, you know, because it's one of the 7 initiatives, does not guarantee that that initiative actually gets done. So we have about 3.2 million towards funding the projects, and that would be using the half money if we are successful. So our 7 initiatives, oh, and I did have a slide, but I can read through them. I only had a list of the 7. Our 7 initiatives: 1, eliminating regulatory barriers. So that's part of our MODL 2040 work. Number 2 is streamline approval process. So that's our e-permitting system, working with our regional partners on building inspection. Number 3 is Osprey Village Enhancement Plan. So that's, you know, we've started some of that here. That's connecting the development area to existing communities through improved transportation, trails, as well as beautification, and prioritizing the creation of diverse range of housing types, including the what CMHC calls the missing middle. Number 4 is pre-approved housing design. So this is to provide fast-tracked plans for developers, eliminating the need for a review of building plans. So it would say, hey, here's a set of plans, we've already pre-approved them. So go ahead. So that it would minimize the amount of review time for those. We'd reduce costs. That would reduce costs for developers by providing free plans. It would encourage diversity, efficiency, and climate readiness in housing with a range of pre-approved plans, focusing on our priority housing types. Is there a clarification, or? Go ahead.
Councillor DeLong.
Thank you. Where did the pre-approved plans come from?
As one of the initiatives is that we would create those. So
we would develop
we would likely procure somebody to do that for the municipality and give us the rights to be able to give those out.
Okay, and I know that the feds are coming out with some pre-approved plans like this as well. Is that something that we would look at?
Absolutely. Cape Breton is also doing something similar. So in our application, we've kind of timed it. So it's like, well, let's give Cape Breton, no sense reinventing the wheel. Cape Breton is in Nova Scotia. We're following the same building code. So we were like, hey, let's take what Cape Breton has and we would build from there. Yeah. When we do our initiatives, you get scored higher. So if you can do something quicker, you'll get higher points. If it has a larger impact on creating new housing, that gets scored better. And then the long-term lasting impact will get scored. So we've kind of, the regional rep has said it's very competitive. So they said, you know that you're competing against I forget how many municipalities are in this pool, but we're competing right across Canada. highest scores win. So they basically, our regional advisor said, do things that you think you can do quickly, and will have a bigger impact that will increase your likelihood of getting funded. So number 5 is a municipal land strategy and policy. So this is evaluate and score existing municipal lands based on development suitability and their ability to meet strategic housing objectives like proximity to servicing, transportation infrastructure, identify necessary investments. So this like infrastructure, any zoning changes to improve the market readiness and priority of municipal lands, and establish a formal strategic framework and council policy for acquiring and approving lands for housing purposes. So this would be, the vision would that if we're going to acquire lands and have them serviced, that we would focus on the affordable housing side of things. Which leads into number 6 is affordable housing strategy and grant program. So this goes along with initiative 5. So establish processes and criteria for utilizing municipal lands for affordable housing and ensuring that it remains affordable in conjunction with initiative 1. So that was, initiative 1 was eliminating barriers or regulatory barriers. So explore legislative authority and mechanisms for inclusionary zoning and density bonusing to require and encourage the provision of affordable housing and developments. Establish financial grants for affordable housing on top of the fee reductions proposed in Initiative 7, and I'll get to that in a minute. Establish an affordable housing navigator position to build relationships with non-market and affordable housing providers, such as to help providers identify suitable lands, navigate the development approval process, and administer grants. And number 7 is the development and building fee review. So eliminate development and building fees for priority developments such as accessory dwelling units, infill of vacant lands, affordable housing, energy efficient housing, and rental housing. Reduce development and building fees for all other types of housing development, and ensure remaining fees are clear, consistent, and rational. So those are our 7 initiatives. If our application is approved, again, all programs and funding need to be reviewed and approved by council, so you're not approving them, these initiatives that happen today. And there is a motion in your agenda package.
So this is to get our application in, and again, we're up against a timeline. We never get a long amount of time to put these applications together. Jeff, you feel at this time that everything's been addressed that needs to be addressed in the application process?
Yeah, and it was helpful this time. So last time they didn't have the best practices, and we originally, when our first application was denied, we had followed up looking for a debrief, and they refused to do that. They have since agreed, so they did a debrief. So we now understand what did we do good in our previous application, and maybe what areas could be improved. So we've taken that feedback, and we've tied, like, all 7 of these initiatives are all tied back to the 10 best practices of CMHC.
Okay. At this time, I would ask Councillor Moore if she'd be prepared to move the motion.
Certainly. To honor Mayor Bolliger and members of council, I move that municipal council direct staff to submit a Housing Accelerator Fund action plan that includes the initiatives as generally outlined in the September 10th, 2024 presentation, along with all additional required documentation to the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation as the municipality's application under the Housing Accelerated Fund Round 2 program. Should I continue?
Just keep going. There's 2 motions. Okay. 2 motions, okay. Moved by Councillor Moore. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor DeLong. Discussion on the motion. Councillor DeLong.
Actually, now that I put my hand up, I'm not sure it is on the motion. I would love a visual presentation or at least something in the agenda package next time. That was a lot of words.
Councillor Haysom? Oh, Okay.
Question.
Question has been called for. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. I would ask Councillor Hubley if she'd be prepared to move the second part to that motion.
Yes, thank you to our Honour Mayor Bella Vergetzen and members of council. I move that municipal council authorize staff to enter into any contribution agreements or amending agreements that may be required should the municipality be approved for funding under the Housing Accelerator Fund Round 2 program, and I so move.
Moved by Councillor Hubley. Is there a seconder? Councillor Haysom. Discussion on the motion. Deputy Mayor Royko.
And what does that all mean?
So if we are successful, there will be an agreement between the municipality and CMHC outlining the terms and conditions. There's targets that when you apply that you have to meet your targets in order to get your money. So there's different installments of the fund. So we apply, we have to meet our targets, and basically it will say if you don't meet your targets, well, then you don't get all the installments.
Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. Going to move down to the Sherbrooke Lake Stewardship Committee Water Quality Monitoring Program. And we have our Director of Recreation with us. And this is from the presentation that we had
May
back-
28th.
When was it?
May 28th.
May 28th, a while ago.
It was a little while ago. Yes, so thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. Yes, I'll give you a little bit of background, and then I will get into the recommendations that were brought forth by the committee and the recommendations being brought forth by staff. So on May the 28th, Coastal Action and the Sherbrooke Lake Stewardship Committee did make a presentation concerning the 5-year lake monitoring results to Council, and they proposed some of the next steps for Council's consideration. Just to remind Council, the committee's mandate was to develop a water quality monitoring program to establish a baseline to aid in the evidence-based decisions concerning the development of the properties acquired by MODL for public use. This approach will aid in gathering essential data and research when making decisions beyond Phase 1 of the property's development. The water quality monitoring program will begin in 2017-18 fiscal year, which would provide a baseline. The committee is only responsible for the water quality monitoring program and will provide both MODL and the municipality of the District of Chester with any information it contains. The committee shall not participate in any management structure or decision-making pertaining to the proposed park site. So there was a terms of reference that was developed that the committee followed. Since the 5 years of gathering the baseline data has been completed, as was presented by Coastal Action, the main portion of this committee's work is complete, and we really haven't met since, and they really have no intention because most of the basis of that committee has been completed. And understanding that the monitoring program would be completed, there was no funding allocated in the 24 or 25 budget for the committee because essentially their work had been completed. In the committee's proposed next steps document, they state that through the water quality monitoring program carried out by the committee with the technical support of Coastal Action, that they have developed a good picture of the lake's current condition. Through the reports produced, the committee has also been able to educate and inform the public about their roles as lake stewards. In order to ensure that the data collected to date does not become irrelevant, the committee posed the following motion for the municipality of the districts of Lunenburg and the District of Chester to consider. So just to remind Council of that motion, that the municipality district of Lunenburg Council approve conducting a 3-year recurring water sampling of Sherbrooke Lake and tributaries, adopting the same regime that was used for the baseline program to ensure the original intent of the water quality monitoring program, which was to provide MODL and MOC with evidence-based advice before, during, and after the construction of a public access site on Sherbrooke Lake. So along with that motion, the committee had a number of other recommendations. They were requesting that both council initiate and support ongoing lake stewardship education initiatives targeting lakeside property owners to help them understand the actions they can take to protect the lake's health. That the term of reference be developed in partnership with both municipalities for a new committee with a focus on fulfilling recommendation number 2, which is really educating the people about lake stewardship. That the municipality of and they noted that the municipality of Chester has established a lakeside zone for the portion of Sherbrooke Lake that resides in that particular municipality. And they recommended that MODL move quickly to consider using this template of the lakeside zone for their portion of Sherbrooke Lake shoreline with the possibility to extend to other lake shores in the municipality. And the fifth recommendation that they brought forth that day, in order to help mitigate any human and ecosystems effects associated with future possible blue-green algae, that both municipalities urged the province to support biannual scientific reviews of this emerging threat. So that's just some of the background of the presentation that was presented that day. So just a little further, staff did reach out to the municipality of the District of Chester concerning the motion that was recommended by the committee. Staff from the District of Chester indicated that the municipality of the District of Chester Council directed staff to look into the Kings County model and to bring their staff over for a visit to inform them about their experience. The Director of Community Development stated, "Council values the monitoring work done to date, but is interested in having a firm plan of what the goal is for the monitoring programs. What are we doing with the data, and how is it useful beyond just knowing current conditions? We are not doing any further lake testing until some decisions are made, and I'm not sure yet what that will look like." One of Chester's planning staff will be taking the lead on the future water quality monitoring program for that municipality. So just to give a little bit of background, the municipality of Chester does not only have a water quality program on Sherbrooke, they had a number of water quality programs on a number of their lakes. And so they're trying to figure out how can they make one water quality program consistent amongst all the lakes that they've been looking at. So that's just to give that little bit of background. So it wasn't just Sherbrooke that they was doing some water quality. The water quality monitoring data that has been collected on Sherbrooke Lake through the oversight of the Sherbrooke Lake Stewardship Committee was cost shared, just to remind council, by MODL and the District of Chester. The municipality of Chester contributed $7,000 each year toward this program, and MODL budgeted $23,000. So based on the information received from the District of Chester staff, specific investments in continuing the water monitoring program that was delivered over the 5 years of Sherbrooke Lake is unclear at this time. Chester is looking at the possibility of a broader water monitoring program on lakes in general, which one would assume would include Sherbrooke Lake. But at this time, no definitive decision has been made by Chester. Once a decision is made, the program could look differently than the one that was administered at Sherbrooke Lake, at least on the municipality of Chester's side. The question for this council, and I'm posing this, is whether to make the motion as recommended by Sherbrooke Lake Stewardship Committee. If council decides to proceed to make this motion, they would be taking the risk of undertaking the water quality monitoring program on their own every 3 years without a partnership with the District of Chester as in the past. The recommendation of staff is to begin or to continue conversations with the District of Chester to determine what partnership may be possible in conducting a water quality monitoring program at Sherbrooke Lake every 3 years before making a final decision on this request made by the Stewardship Committee. Recommendation number 2 was requesting that both councils initiate and support an ongoing lake stewardship education initiative targeting lakeside property owners to help them understand the actions they take to protect lake health. This recommendation ties into the committee's recommendation number 3, which is that terms of reference be developed in partnership with both municipalities for a new committee with a focus on providing education targeted at lakeside property owners. In the terms of reference for the Sherbrooke Lake Stewardship Committee, one of the duties and responsibilities in that terms of reference was to engage in public education activities to educate residents and visitors about water stewardship and conservation, water quality, responsible boating, boating safety, healthy shoreline practice, and habitat restoration. Staff's recommendation is to reach out to the municipality District of Chester to determine if they are interested in establishing a joint committee whose primary mandate is to undertake an education initiative targeting lakeside property owners to help them understand the actions they can take to protect the lake health. The 4th recommendation was for the municipality to consider establishing a lakeside zone on the portion of Sherbrooke Lake that resides in the District of Lunenburg, using the lakeside zone applied by Chester on the portion of the lake that resides in the District of Chester as a template. In discussions with MODL's Director of Planning, he stated the following: lakeside zoning will be considered as part of the MODL 2040 minimum mandatory planning project. The current timeline has council considering proposed regulations in 2025, with any proposed regulations in place by December 2025. It would be recommended to review the lakeside zone applied by the District of Chester on Sherbrooke Lake when planning staff at MODL is looking at lakeside zoning in 2025. The fifth and final recommendation presented by the committee is for council to urge the province of Nova Scotia to support biannual scientific reviews on the blue-green algae. The province did bring several people together to share information from these scientific reviews, and we had one of our committee members who attended that session. Lakes are ultimately a provincial responsibility, and having these scientific review sessions biannually would be beneficial. It is recommended that council write a letter to the Department of Environment urging them to support biannual scientific reviews on blue-green algae, and that the municipality receives an invite enabling them to send representatives to learn more about this emerging threat to humans and the ecosystem. So in conclusion, the Sherbrooke Lake Stewardship Committee has completed the primary mandate of the committee, which was to develop a water quality monitoring program to establish a baseline to aid in the evidence-based decisions concerning the development of the properties acquired by MODL for public use. They have made 5 requests for council's consideration, which would aid in helping keep the data collected to date relevant, helping with educating lakefront property owners on actions they can take to help protect lakes, regulations the municipality could put in place to help protect Sherbrooke Lake, and advocate to the province to continue to support biannual scientific reviews in relation to the blue-green algae. The Sherbrooke Lake Stewardship Committee members are all volunteers, and it was volunteers that helped ensure the water quality monitoring program ran smoothly. They were the ones that provided the boats and the human resources to get the water samples from the lake to send off to the labs, which is the data that is reflected in the Coastal Action Report that was presented in May. The recommendations of the committee are to ensure that the work of the committee is not lost by recommending the water quality monitoring program be implemented every 3 years, that education continues, that regulations be put in place moving forward, and that advocacy with the province begins. So to go back at the very beginning of my report, I do have outlined the number of recommendations for council's consideration. And I don't know if you want me to repeat them again, because I did talk about them in my report.
They are the motions that are before us.
Yeah, they are the motions that are before you, and so I would entertain any questions that council may have. I know it was long-winded, but.
Well, there's a lot of hands. Councillor Hobley.
When you're speaking of this, you're saying lakeside property owners, so this information
Is
is going to
Sherbrooke.
benefit all lakeside property owners. Thank you.
That was the intent, to make it broader than Sherbrooke. It was for education for all lakeside owners.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. This particular Sherbrooke Lake study and water analysis, I've never been a big fan of. If there's going to be discussions with Chester, which I understand don't really have a big interest to continue, I might remind that this whole study began in an election year back at the request of municipality of Chester. Now, when we done this, we done it for the citizens or a planned park on Sherbrooke Lake. But we never ever did it for the people on Blindstone Lake or Mushamush Lake or Miller Pond or Wilds Lake. We just did it for Sherbrooke Lake. So to me, that seems like it is a special interest group that we have catered to with never ever putting an area rate in place to recover costs for this data that we're getting. It is my thoughts that if we're going to go into a continued program, that we do it in a bigger way that's fair to all lake lot owners, so that everyone has the same opportunity to see how their lake is progressing from human use. But if you're going to do it just for one particular lake, then that seems to me it's a special interest for a select group of people. I might remind you that in 1999, MODL Council wanted to impose a 0.05 cent area rate tax for people who had property on Fancy Lake because they wanted the aluminum measurement for a possible backwash from a neighboring municipality's water treatment plant. And so when they came with that request, the only way they could get it is if they paid a 0.05% area rate. Guess what? They weren't willing to do that. So there was no study completed, and the councils ended up doing something different that cost much, much more money, diverting the water in a different route. That's a whole other story that I don't want to get into. But what I'm looking for is fairness to everybody. So if we're going to continue this, I have no objection to it, but there should be some small token, even if it's only a 1 cent area rate, if it's only concentrated on one lake. Otherwise, let's spend more money and let everybody have equal treatment. Thank you.
Councillor Haysom.
Thank you. Unlike Councillor Bell, I very much support monitoring the health of this lake, and I support all of the motions that are put here. I really support beginning conversations with the District of Chester, and I absolutely support asking the province to take some responsibility and to pay their fair share. I don't believe that if we can't do it for everyone, we should do it for no one, and so I will support all of these motions. Thank you. Oh, there is one little thing, though. So some of the reason that we were doing this was to monitor because we were going to develop municipal property. This is a big gaping hole in this conversation. I don't want to enter into it at 2:30 in the 2:45 in the afternoon after a long day, but we can. That gaping hole has to be addressed at some point. That's the only thing I'll say about that. Thank you.
We have 4 motions before us. I'm not going to go around the table to see who's in favor, who's not in favor before the motions are on the floor. So if you have a question to Trudy for clarification, we'll speak to each item as they're put on the table. Otherwise, I think that's the fairest way, unless you need clarification before we do that. Everyone will have an opportunity to speak to each motion as they come forward. Having said that, this water monitoring was put in place as a baseline before any park could be developed, so that the water quality, you knew what it was, so that if there were negative effects to a park being put in place, there would be that guideline. So, Councillor Greek, would you be prepared to move that first motion, please?
Yes, please. Thank you. To her honor, Mayor Bolivar Getson and members of council, I move that Municipal Council direct staff to begin conversations with the District of Chester, MODC, to determine what partnership may be possible in conducting a water quality monitoring program at Sherbrooke Lake every 3 years before making a final decision on the recommendation made by the Sherbrooke Lake Stewardship Committee to adopt a monitoring program, and I so move.
So moved by Councillor Greek, seconded by Councillor Haysom, and again, this motion is to begin conversations with the District of Chester to determine whether or not a partnership may be possible, and then decide on a final recommendation made by the Sherbrooke Lake Stewardship Committee. Councillor Vino.
Whether this motion goes forward or not, is that going to prevent development at the site? If we choose not to enter into conversations, does that have anything to do with development on the site?
With the development of the park?
Yes.
No.
Okay, thank you.
This is about the water quality monitoring program only, not the development of the park.
Okay.
That's separate and apart.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. To set the record, I did not say I was against any conversations. If you don't have conversations, you don't find answers. I am quite interested in having a conversation with all partners that would have a vested interest in this. I am only saying that during those conversations, there are other things that need to be included in that. If I did not bring that to the attention now, I may not have the opportunity to include it later. So I just wanted to set the record straight. I do plan on voting for it, because to not have a conversation, that would be very negative.
Councillor Stanton.
Thank you. I am totally against designating Sherbrooke Lake as an area of interest without including the other lakes. We have parks on some of these lakes, and we don't monitor the water on them now. I'm thinking Mush, and there's people, Blysteiner, there's Long Lake, there's Rodenizer Lake, there's people on all of those lakes, Randall Lake, that have cottages and they boat on them, and we're not doing anything about the water quality or monitoring the water quality or telling them what the water looks like or anything like that. So why are we doing Sherbrooke Lake when we don't even have a plan in place to put a park in there? It's like throwing good money after bad. And I'm not going to agree to any of these because I don't agree with any of them, so.
So again, the intention at that time was to have a baseline, a starting point to know what the quality of water was like in Sherbrooke Lake before the municipality developed any park, to see if there were side effects from the development of the park down the road. It was, the council of the day agreed to move forward with the monitoring of the park for that reason. And that was supported by the council of the day. So this is, the motion is on the floor. Is there any further discussion on the motion to enter into conversation with the District of Chester? Did I hear question? Question called for. All those in favor? Opposed? Opposed is Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wynot, and Councillor Vino. Motion is carried. The next motion, I would ask Deputy Mayor Oikel if she'd be prepared to move.
Certainly. To her honor, Mayor Bolivar Getson and members of council, I move that municipal council direct staff to reach out to the District of Chester to determine their interest in establishing a joint committee whose primary mandate is to undertake an educational initiative targeting lakeside property owners to help them understand the actions they can take to protect lake health. Lake health. And I so move.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Oikel, seconded by Councillor Greek. Discussion on the motion. And I guess my comment on this, I'm looking at this, a joint committee whose primary mandate is to undertake an education initiative. So if the municipality of the District of Chester is not interested in the partnership in the first one, this is a separate standalone that could go forward? Is that, or do they go hand in hand?
Would be a separate standalone, what I understood from the committee. When they were talking about not just Sherbrooke Lake, they were talking about education to all lakefront, and that was part of their mandate in the original. But they felt that it could really go more widespread around lakeside education. And they were looking at both the municipality of Chester and the MODL, because we both have lakes and it would be similar education. So if we could share resources. that
So
was
this
the
would be
intent.
something that could be shared on lake health throughout the municipality, not only on Sherbrooke Lake.
Correct, that was the intent.
I just want to get that clarified. Deputy Mayor Oikel.
And what about Queens County? Because we share lakes with them as well. And I'm not sure about Annapolis if we share any lakes with them. So we may want to extend that, not just to the District of Chester, but to other municipalities as well.
We certainly could.
So that would definitely be a amendment to the motion. If that's something that you want to put on the table, it would have to come. These were the recommendations that came back from the Sherbrooke Lake Committee, and staff has revised to reflect their thoughts into them. It doesn't mean it can't be mirrored in other.
Right. Well, if we're going to, my thoughts is just that if we're going to, because it does make sense to do that for all of our lakes and for our lake owners, because we do have even new people that have moved here that have never lived on lakes and may have no idea on how to help keep them healthy for themselves and their families. And since Queens County and Annapolis does border, I think that we should include them in this, this motion. So I'd like to make an amendment to the motion to include all municipalities in which the municipality of the District of Lunenburg have lakes that are connected to them. Right.
Yeah, there's
all-
Kings in
That's why I
there as
said
well.
all. And that would include if anything is connected to
Mahone Bay.
Mahone Bay or anywhere.
Lunenburg.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is moved. There is an amendment on the floor. This is to the amendment only, it will be. Is there a seconder for the amendment?
Sure, why not?
Moved by, seconded by Councillor Haysom. Discussion on the amendment. Councillor Vino, then Councillor Staton.
Just my head.
Sorry, Bell Vino. Councillor Bell first.
Thank you. What responsibility does the Department of Environment, NS, have with doing this? Are we voluntarily taking on something else as a download and say, come on, we'll pay for it. We'll do your education process. We'll do your testing. How much money do you need?
Councillor Vino.
Counselor Bell expressed the same thing I was going to say. We're not realizing the time, the staff time, the resources, and is this even us to begin with?
Councillor Staton.
I have to go, so I'm just gonna be really, really brief. Watch you guys, what you're getting your fingers into, because you're going into territory you don't need to be in. And that's all I'm saying. Be careful what you're doing, because you're asking for stuff that you don't necessarily need. When you start going to lakefront property owners and telling them what to do on their land, and because there's so many other rules and regulations out there that they have to follow, the last thing they want is someone coming into their property and saying, oh, you need to do this, this, and this, and we're gonna do this, this, and this. So be very careful what you're asking for, because you may get it, like Lenos said, and you may not want it.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Deputy Mayor Royko.
I just want to say that this is education, not telling them what to do. Also, have we not done things like put out and paid for information about Lyme disease within our municipality, which is part of the Department of Health? And we've taken that on and we did that to help our residents to be educated. We feel our lakes are important to our area. It's part of our mission statement, and I don't think educating them on how to help themselves and help where they live is wrong. I think it's something that we should do as a municipality, as a government.
So I would like to speak too, because I'm looking at this and I'm looking at our strategic priorities and everything else that we have in place. This has far-reaching implications to develop whatever. We're talking about this a month before a council. I'm just not sure that this is something that should happen at this time. We have a set of strategic priorities now. Staff has direction as to what they are supposed to be doing for the next year, or the next however many years. When I look at this and when we start to include all this here, it's one thing, yes, if you develop a brochure that you can hand out to everyone. It can be material, definitely, that could be shared throughout the municipality, there's no question. but how big and how much time and where is this in our priority setting? These are recommendations that came back from a area or a advisory committee that was set up to monitor the water at Sherbrooke Lake. And I'm not sure, it sounds great, I'm just wondering about the staff time and the commitment, and does this mean we'll need more staff, we'll need more, or is our communication person gone in a different direction? And I guess that's more of a CAO question than anything at this point, to me, as a staff.
Yeah, so if you increase the scope, you're increasing the number of units that are going to be participating, which potentially can make it more challenging. I think that the original proposal of keeping it into Lunenburg County, so that we can have material potentially prepared to educate our residents in Lunenburg County about what's good for lakes and what's bad for lakes. One concern I have is that if we start to educate them on how to keep your lake healthy, the next logical question is, well, how healthy is my lake? And we're not in a position to answer that question for any lake but Sherbrooke Lake at this point. So I think some thought would have to be put in place on whether there is interest in expanding the monitoring program. Now, I know from Kings, they don't only monitor, they model, right? And those are two different things. And they oversee 15 lakes. And they primarily do it with planning staff, summer students. They send them out. They take their samples. Sometimes they allow a CAO to come along in the canoe.
Just the ones they want to get rid of, right?
But it's something that's well in place, and it can assist in planning for lakeside development. Because if you know your lake is already in poor shape, you might want to take additional steps to control development. And if you know it's a healthy lake, you want to take steps to make sure you maintain the health of the lake. So Sherbrooke Lake is less than half planned. It's only on the Chester side. So I can understand the desire to expand it. My concern is that it makes it more difficult to manage, and the more people that we have to get involved, the more challenging it's going to be to put it in place. We just spent a year trying to negotiate a building inspection agreement with multiple units. And this would be having to get approval.
How many years?
4 years. This would be having to get the approval of each unit on the information, the educational information that we're trying to send out. I just think it would have the potential to just become lost in bureaucracy, for lack of a better term.
Trudy.
And I tend to agree with what the CAO just has stated. And the recommendation is that you would have a joint committee that would be made up of volunteers, very similar to what the Sherbrooke Lake Committee. So this was coming from, I just want to give part of the rationale of why the committee brought forth this recommendation is that education was part of their original mandate. They saw the benefits of that, and they just thought, well, since we're ceasing to monitor at this point in time, to try to keep the momentum going, to have an education committee, but spread it towards all lakefront owners, not just, and I do tend to agree with Mr. McEwen is that trying to bring in other municipal units might be challenging and to keep it in Lunenburg County, at least at this point in time.
So this is to the amendment only?
Okay, questions?
No, I have two hands here. I have Councillor DeLong and I have Councillor Haysom. Councillor DeLong.
Just to the point of expanding it to other lakes, residents on Covey Lake have expressed interest in this type of thing.
Councillor Haysom, sorry.
That's me, yep. So, I mean, I think that it's always good to have more information, right? It's better not to stick your head in the sand and say, oh, we didn't know, so therefore we couldn't, right? So we shouldn't run away from the opportunities to gain information so we can make the best decisions possible. That said, the point is well taken about the challenges of interacting with a number of different municipal units. And also, Councillor Statton's point is well taken of why are you taking over something that is a provincial responsibility? And that comes back to a further motion, one that I will absolutely support because it is provincial. But I just want to caution against saying it's better if we don't know any data because then we don't have to make a decision about it. As regards this amendment, I'm going to revoke my seconding of the motion, which may perhaps take it off the floor because I don't think that maybe, I'm not sure. If not, whatever, I will just vote
I would
against.
say that you would both need to do that.
Because I can see that it is not useful to have a number of different municipal units involved. Thank you for the discussion.
So you are both
Yes, I'm in agreement to
withdrawing
withdraw
the-
it due to the information that our CAO has given us and in that consideration.
So we are back to the original motion on the floor, and that is that municipal council direct staff to reach out to the District of Chester to determine their interest in establishing a joint committee whose primary mandate is to undertake an education initiative targeting lakeside property owners to help them understand the actions they can take to protect lake health. That is the motion. Are we ready for the question?
Just a quick one.
Councillor Moore.
On that 5-year capital plan, or our 5-year plan, where is this? Is it 27, 28? Does anybody remember?
Sherbrooke Lake in the.
You mean the park
Yes.
itself?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's even in the 5-year capital plan.
Okay.
I'd have to go back. Don't put, yeah, I wouldn't want to answer that with a surety, but I'll
Okay.
get back.
The emphasis, as I recall, was placed on trying to bring our current parks up to a
Right.
standard before we move forward with the development of any new park in the municipality.
Okay.
And that's why we did the park assessments and categorized and.
Thank you. Question.
Question called for. All those in favor? Opposed? Opposed is Councillor Wynot, Councillor Vino, and Councillor Bell. Motion is carried. We will go down to the third motion, and I'd ask Councillor Haysom if she'd be prepared to move that motion.
To Her Honor Mayor Bolivar Getson and members of council, I move that municipal council direct planning staff to review the lakeside zone applied by the District of Chester on Sherbrooke Lake with the proposed current timeline to have regulations in place by December 2025 when considering lakeside zoning as a part of Model 2040, and I so move.
Moved by Councillor Haysom, seconded by Councillor Greek. And could I have a little clarification on the meaning of that exactly again? What that motion is?
In discussion, and perhaps the Director of Planning might want to come, when I reached out, my understanding that they were going to be reviewing the lakeside zones applied in the municipality district of Lunenburg as part of MODL 2040 in 2025 and hoping to have regulations in place around the lakeside zoning at that time.
But it's not to mirror what Chester has in place, is it?
Not necessarily.
No, not necessarily. Anytime that we look at planning items, we look at like, what are other areas doing? What are our neighbors doing? So we, under MODL 2040, lakeside planning is a topic that we are looking into. So we will be looking at Chester being our immediate neighbor that we share Sherbrooke Lake with. It may not result in exactly the same thing, but we'll definitely be looking to see
So I know
what
that they
they're
do
doing.
have some lakeside zoning in place in Chester, and I guess I'm looking at the Queens on Maliga Lake, which we share the lake part in Lunenburg County, part in Queens County, and there's other lakes, I'm sure, bordering. I don't have a map in front of me that are similar circumstances and different zoning and so on. So it's a complex ask, this one. But what we're asking is for, that's why I'm saying, what does the motion actually mean? I'm seeing to have regulations in place by December 2025.
Well, that's the intent, that's the.
So the District of Chester is,
That's the current timeline of the MODL 2040 project.
The intent, if I may.
Yes.
As the motion's been a bit revised, the intent of this recommendation was that basically when MODL staff go to review lakeside zoning as part of MODL 2040, that they take a look at what Chester has done in Sherbrooke, and look at what might have merit, what might not saying that they would adopt that template, but basically that when they're looking at that, to consider Sherbrooke Lake and to look what Chester has done. And that's really all it is, and it's already part of, I think, Jeff's
work plan to look at lakeside zoning. So I'm actually recommending,
I'm wondering if this is something that we really need to do. Like, I really question whether or not this needs to be here, because it is part of MODL 2040. And we have to look at lakeside planning, zoning, regardless, with the mandatory statement of interest, do we not, from the province?
Yeah, we've identified it in the past. Yeah, we will be looking at lakeside zoning. In addition, I know like the statement of provincial interest talks about flood risk. So that's one thing, but there's other things like riparian buffers, that type of stuff. when you
Yeah,
Consider lake shores.
I think this belongs somewhere else, but anyway, I had lots of hands. Councillor Hubley.
I'm asking the same question. Is this motion necessary? Because to me, it's your normal course of action anyway, that this would be your normal procedure. And is there a motion for your everyday work?
Trudy.
I guess the reason why I put it as a motion, just so I can give some rationale and justification, is it was something that the committee had asked for, and so it would be reflected in a motion that, look, we've looked at what you recommended, it's already part of our plan, and we could send that to a letter if you didn't want to do it as a motion. I just didn't want it to get overlooked that, oh, you didn't address one of the recommendations of the committee. So that was really the rationale behind that.
Okay, I can see it when you put it that way.
Councillor Greek.
I think, I just wanted to provide just a tiny bit of clarity of something that was said earlier, but it might have already been clarified, that Chester's Lakeside lakes opt into it. It's not mandated on all their lakes. That's part of their lakeside zoning.
I think if I could.
It's public.
I just want some clarification from staff. That's not my understanding on Sherbrooke Lake. I thought they introduced zoning on Sherbrooke Lake.
On their side of the lake, they
Yeah.
did.
Because it was requested. Not every lake in Chester municipality has the lakeside.
Okay, this is
yes.
So each
specific
lake-
to Sherbrooke Lake.
Yes,
Yes,
each lake,
yes,
okay.
okay. And Deputy Mayor Royko.
Yes, I too don't think that we really need to make this as a motion, because you are planning to do it anyway, and just letting the committee know that it is part of the normal course of our planning department would be sufficient enough to let them know that we didn't ignore what they said.
So we do have a motion on the floor, do we? No, but we do have a motion that I have Councillor Haysom down to make. So how do we want to proceed here? Do we want to put the motion on the floor, or do we want to? Yes, okay. I had it down. Okay. So there is a motion on the floor. We can remove it, or we can remove it, is probably the smartest. If that's the wish, or do you want to?
A fly-by-night recommendation, maybe change the motion to direct staff to let the committee know that as part of MODL 2040,
Yes.
that lakeside zoning will be taking place and scheduled to happen in 2025. Does that make sense?
That definitely.
Does
but
that require a motion?
That requires this motion to come off the floor either way, so
So I would like to pull my motion from the floor.
And the seconder for that was Councillor Greek. You agreed to that?
Yes, I do.
And I really think that putting December 25 in there may not happen. I think that as part of MODL 2040, I think that that's probably, rather than trying to tie someone's hand to a specific date, I think MODL 2040. They'll get tired of the extensions at some point, I'm sure, but, so the motion has been removed, and the suggested, do we need a motion? I guess is my comment.
It's just direction.
I think that direction to staff is to advise the committee. Is that suffice for everyone? Yes. Now, we have one other Sherbrooke Lake one, and then I'm going to take a break, and then we're going to come back in camera. I know there's other items on this list, but I'm thinking that we need to do some of these in-camera items and make sure that we have time. Anything else will be added to the next council agenda. And I've already sent our climate change action plan out of the room for the day, because I know we cannot do justice to it at this point, so. So the last one, I have Councillor Stanton, who is not here. Councillor Wynot, would you be prepared to move the next motion? Oh, he's gone? Oh, he disappeared. Okay. Councillor Hubley.
Yes, to our Honour Mayor Bolivar Getson and members of council, I move that Municipal Council write to the Department of Environment requesting support for biannual scientific reviews on blue-green algae. We're going to skip that next word. And that the municipality receive an invite enabling them to send representatives to learn more about this emerging threat to humans and the ecosystem. And I so move.
And is that cyanobacteria? Blooms, yep. Moved by Councillor Hubley, seconded by Councillor DeLong. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. In this motion, we're asking for biannual reviews. And in the original first motion, we were looking at the lakes every 3 years. So is there a conflict there, or is there a period of time where you'll have studies overlapping? Are they two different things, or do you need
Yeah,
the
they are.
readings to do one without the other?
I think they're two separate things, but I'll turn it over to staff.
Yeah, they are two different things, and the Department of Environment had been doing some biannual reviews, and they had invited some folks, and they haven't committed to continue with the biannual reviews. Now, the information that comes from these biannual reviews might help with other lakes, not
Yeah.
just Sherbrooke Lake, that might be suffering from blue-green algae. The original motion to look at conducting the water quality monitoring program every 3 years was to try to keep the data that's been collected to date relevant and current, and so that if you go to do the water quality monitoring 10 years from now, the report that you just received in May would probably be irrelevant. And that was the rationale behind the committee recommending the every 3 years. But it is two separate topics, and the relevance, and this would be the responsibility of the province that we're asking.
Any further discussion on the motion? Question called for. All those in favor? Opposed? Opposed is Councillor Vino. Motion is carried. I would now entertain a motion to go in camera. Moved by Deputy Mayor Oikel, seconded by Councillor Haysom. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. We are going to take a 10-minute break.
This one's not urgent.
Yeah, but if we can get through the in-camera ones, I don't think there's anything left on this agenda that we're not dealing with nuisance bylaw at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.